move at all. I just was in front of you. I wanted to let you know.
This is gonna be interesting. Sorry.
That's okay.
I got you. Are we ready? Ready?
We're missing Lyle.
Where'd Lyle go? Where'd Lyle go?
I don't know.
We went 40 feet and we lost him.
Oh. I'll give him 30 seconds. We'll start with Bill. That way we'll get Lyle some stuff that's happening.
There he is. He heard that third.
God, start Bill. It's like, get it together.
And good evening. I believe we're ready to begin our deliberations. And I'm going to shake things up a little bit. And Bill, I'm going to put you on the spot and let you go first with your report.
I'll be quick. I don't really have a report this month.
Okay.
Thanks.
That was quick. Very good. Mr. Stosenberg.
Oh man, now I'm even more on the spot. So let's see, we had a police task force meeting last October 10th, where we got an update on the plans for the parking garage or facility at the on Market Street between I think 8th and 9th, where Guadalajara and Lucky 7 and that service parking lot are now. Still no really firm plans on that. So we'll see as that develops and as the CIP process plays out. And we also covered potential changes to ADU, accessory dwelling unit regulations. And we're currently in a program with Portland State University to review those and issue some recommendations. So we should be getting that report sometime this month or soon as well. And then from there, we will hopefully make some recommendations. I think that's all I got.
Ms. Dow.
Good evening. I do not have a report at this time.
Mr. Zolovic.
The Barracks Road Emmett Street Improvement Project Steering Committee met again on October 30th. We discussed the results of the survey, which found that there was a strong preference for pedestrian safety. That was the standout priority that came out. And discussed two different options for how to do the engineering, one wider than the other, which would provide for a separated, safer pedestrian and bicycle right-of-way. I believe staff are currently working on how to decide which one or some combination.
And Mr. Lentra.
So since our last meeting, the Board of Architectural Review met on October 15th. I was unable to attend because we were doing a form-based code workshop ourselves that night. The Tree Commission did meet on November 5th, and I attended that. We had a presentation from Brian Wheeler with Public Relations with the city. He reviewed for us the public meeting requirements for city council appointed bodies, which was very helpful. Paul Josie, our chair, reviewed the State of the Forest presentation that he made to city council last week, and he shared the commission's concerns for inadequate tree preservation from the past year, along with highlighting the Charlottesville area tree stewardship partnership to plant trees in Belmont. We had 7 tree nominations that were approved for legacy trees. And then lastly, last Saturday, we had a wonderful morning of planting 25 trees in Belmont. This is the Tree Commission along with the CATS, Charlottesville Area Tree Stewards. And this was on private property. The tree stewards had petitioned the neighbors and residents of Belmont ahead of time to see who would like one, and the trees were provided free and planted for them. Thank you.
Thank you. So at the last Parks and Rec meeting, the director of Parks and Rec announced that he was leaving. This is a major loss to the city. It is a major loss to Parks and Rec. That group has built a world-class Parks and Rec infrastructure. The parks are gold standard. The trails are gold standard. The facilities are gold standard. Gold standard for small cities and small towns. So we will miss Brian in a big way. But there was, in fact, good news. And the good news is that Mr. Brown, Mr. Todd Brown, will be joining us as the deputy director for parks, and he's got about 28 years in Fairfax, and he managed over 420 some parks. So he's got a very good background in Parks and Rec. So good news is that that he's on board now. And I think he actually did replace Brian when Brian left Fairfax. So a little continuity there. There was also a bit of a philosophical discussion, and the question was asked, and this is a question that our leaders are going to have to answer in the next year or so. Do we want our Parks and Recs organization to be an organization that enhances the lives of the people that live here in Charlottesville, or do we want Parks and Rec to be a revenue-generating entity, or do we want it to do both? And if we want it to do both, exactly where on the continuum do we want that to be? So that debate shall become more lively as we begin thinking through the budgets that we've got. Ms. Creasy, do you have a report?
Very briefly, we have a work session on November 26th, and that is going to be on the CIP. We'll be preparing for the hearing that we'll have on that in December. We also have a busy December coming up. Our regular meeting will have South First Street Phase 2 coming forward for some of the discretionary reviews that they need for that project, as well as at least 2 comprehensive plan amendments for 2 smart scale projects. So we will end the year very busy. That's all I have.
All right, what I'd like to do now is open this up to comments from the public. And the comments should be relative to things that are not on the agenda. We'll wait till we get to the agenda items to talk about those. So if you would come up, state your name, and take about 3 minutes to chat with us about whatever's on your mind.
Oh, do we have any?
It's on the way.
Okay.
And I believe you'd like to. Please.
Good evening. I'm Jill Trishman Marks, Executive Director of the McIntyre Botanical Garden, or MBG. Thank you for this opportunity to lend my support to the CIP budget item that is being proposed by our partners at the Department of Parks and Rec for the infrastructure for McIntyre Park East. And thanks for that introduction to the stellar Parks and Rec department that we have in the city. Until recently, the majority of the access to McIntyre Park East was limited to the golfing community. By supporting the infrastructure proposed in the 2015 Mahane-Reichel Master Plan for the park, the City of Charlottesville took the first step in committing to making one of the city's largest assets both equitable and accessible. This infrastructure includes ADA accessible restrooms and a park pavilion, a parking lot, underground utilities, and an ADA accessible bridge across the creek to features on the southern end of the park, including the skate park and the Vietnam Memorial. Because of its proximity, MBG is unable to begin construction until the infrastructure has been implemented. We've just completed the first phase of 3 design phases for the garden, the schematic plan. Support for the garden has never been greater. We have about 150 volunteers who have donated over 12,000 hours of time since we started counting in 2017. And our financial donations are up by 2,500%. These statistics are from before it was announced that the schematic design for MBG had just won a national American Society of Landscape Architects award. Among other things, the Department of Parks and Rec chose us as their partners to fulfill the city's mission to provide environmental education. Last month, the MBG board voted to implement the design and construction of the children's natural play area as its first priority. At this point, the approximate time accumulation between budget, bids, and construction of the park's infrastructure means that we're at least 3 years out from the delivery of these services. And every year this infrastructure is not included in the budget delays these services further. As a part of the schematic plan, the firm of Downey & Scott provided a cost estimate for the construction of the garden. Including the proposed visitor center, the cost is estimated at over $25 million. This is an ambitious project, but the board of directors is committed to raising the private funds needed to provide this gift from the community to the community. We only ask that you help us to build on the momentum we've gained thus far and hope will accelerate with the because of the National ASLA Award. Thank you.
And thank you. Lily McVie.
Hi, I'm Lily McVeigh. I have lived in Charlottesville my entire life. I have been an adult renter in Charlottesville for the past 13 years, and I am really angry. One of the reasons that I am really angry is that I think that Charlottesville has offered no affordable housing in any community in Charlottesville. And where we are able to find apartments that we can afford, renters are given no rights in this city. And I'm going to use myself as an example, since this is very recent and my conversation that made me so angry came from today, talking to neighborhood development. So I live on Oak Street, and on Oak Street, there's a family that has purchased 5 properties in the same neighborhood. This is a really small street in Fifeville. They plan on putting private driveways on those property that will take out public parking space, which is already extremely limited. And when I called to say that this was a concern of mine, one being that our neighbors next door have 6 kids that parents are dropping off and picking up. This provides them no more parking spaces to do this. Like, I really think it's an issue. I was told by neighborhood development that if I was wealthy enough and I could buy my own property, then I'm allowed to put in a driveway, and public parking doesn't matter at this point, as long as I'm wealthy enough to have property. So there are 2 solutions that they gave me to this problem that I have of us not having parking. The first solution was that I could move to a different town, that if I can't afford to live in Charlottesville, that I am welcome to move somewhere else. That if I can't afford as a renter parking somewhere downtown, I can move somewhere else. Or I could ask my landlord to put in a driveway, which is an absolutely preposterous request because most of the landlords in this town don't fix structural damage that has to do with the houses that their renters live in, much less put in a personal driveway for them to access, because other people who own multiple private properties side by side have taken away all the public parking on one street. And that's just like a very, very small tip of the iceberg of the issue. Also with the idea of having like multiple developments where the agreement is that these people can develop in these areas if they offer affordable apartments. Those affordable apartments are like $1,200 for 1 bedroom. That is not affordable. I used to be a city employee, and I had trouble paying my rent in Charlottesville. I worked for social services and I worked for human services for many, many years and struggled to pay my rent living in this town as someone who grew up here and someone who worked for the city of Charlottesville. No one here can afford where they live, and nothing is being done to address that, except for we can move somewhere else. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Please. That'll be a little later. That'll be the next public hearing. This is, anyone who wants to speak about anything that's not on the agenda, on tonight's agenda. That'll be next. That'll be next.
Okay.
So,
I'll still wait a minute.
all right. If there's no one else who'd like to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now we need to vote on the consent agenda. So, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Actually, sorry, I had two tiny modifications to the minutes. One was in the work session on the SAA, when it's talking about the removing the 80% AMI option. It says that was my idea. It was actually Tania's idea. She deserves the credit. I was just a cheerleader. And the other was talking about the 208 Maury. I think it says, removing, it was me saying, if you remove all the bamboo, you get to see the architecture. I think it says, I can't see how it would be better. It should be, I can't see how it wouldn't be better than the previous. And those are the only changes to the minutes.
Actually, I have a couple too, sorry.
You made the motion.
I know, I'm terrible. Page 11, I
Wait
said...
a minute, wait a minute. I need to
Find them
make
again.
sure
I think I
that-
They're
lost
right
my
here.
steps. Oh, the second one is a different,
Oh, it wasn't in the,
it was the, sorry. I'll find it.
okay.
Listen a while.
Page 11, I said similar to front doors on the street. I do know what doors are. And on page 26, I said phasing out parking requirements. I did not advocate parking requirements. Thank you.
Page 11,
And page 26.
Oh, mine's on page 11 too.
review page 11 for, your page 11 first for me?
Similar to front doors.
I'm looking for front doors. Do you see front doors?
Which paragraph is it? Oh.
Oh, I think you started. on
That's
page 11
almost at
document,
the almost
so
at the
it's
bottom,
5 pages back,
just before
Yeah.
Charles Riddle speaks.
which is page 6.
Okay.
Mine was on actual page
All right, we'll go back to that.
11. Yeah.
Page 6.
Oh, page 6 as as it's numbered.
I guess that.
And what should that be?
Similar.
Removed?
It should be similar to front doors.
What is similar to front doors on the street?
Yes.
Okay, so that is your page 11, and then we have the other page 11. Sorry, I just want to make sure we get these clear. You guys are speaking real quick, and we do have a little bit of time, so not holding anybody up here. All right?
So
Still
where this
still right?
ends up not, or where this doesn't end up being a lot better. That
Where
probably is
this-
more than usual.
Does not. Okay, and then page 26, Lyle, which is, what is the page number at the top of the page?
Loading that.
If it has one.
There is no page number on the top of that page.
All right, that's great. Let's see, Rory's helping me out here, 26.
26.
At the top it says concerning parking, Commissioner Stolzenberg. I'm talking about the line below that.
Oh, Sully Yates noted there should be some parking requirements.
Does not sound
That
right.
doesn't sound like you.
So eliminate, so that wasn't you.
I think you said potentially phase out?
I said phase out.
Okay. All right, I'm caught up. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. As amended.
So, would you like to move again as amended, please, just for formality?
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Moved and properly second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition, any abstentions? The ayes have it. The consent agenda is approved. And we've got 6 minutes, so we will be in recess until 6 o'clock.
I mean, they stopped the through traffic. Sort of. Yeah, they're off a lot of times. And you know, you can still like.
We can
Remember, I went up the ramp from Emmett
We just
Street,
can't have any
and then you know try to get her to parking behind
Yeah.
the Capitol. 'Cause, you know,
Yeah, I mean, hopefully she.
This is usually prompt. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll wait. We're going to give her another couple of minutes then, son.
She's on the way.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to resume our deliberations. Madam Mayor, is council in order? All right, we've got 4 applications that we're going to review tonight. 2 of those applications are very closely related, and we're going to deal with those together. So we'll have one staff report, one report by the consultant, and we will then have one public hearing for the first 2 that are closely related, and then we'll have 2 separate votes on both of those 2 applications. The first application is ZT 1910-02. This is an amendment to our zoning ordinance, and the intention is to add a new zoning district. The new district will be the Downtown Extended Strategic Investment Area District, or DESIA. In such a district, the following are examples of the kinds of things that we will regulate. Land use, building and structure type, size, height, mass, the location of these things, open spaces, and other things like that. There are 3 sub-classifications relating to this new district. The classifications are T4, T5, and T6. The T4 subclassification allows for 3-story buildings with 1 additional bonus building. You get the bonus if, in fact, there is a proper configuration of affordable housing in that bonus building. The T4 allows for 4 stories by right, but you get in the bonus. You get in the bonus of 2 additional stories if there is a proper configuration of affordable housing built into that. The T6 allows for 5 stories, and you get an additional 4-story bonus. Once again, if a proper configuration of affordable housing is built into this. Now, it should be noted that the DESIA regulations differ from the downtown extended mixed use regulations. With the downtown extended mixed use regulations or rules, you get 5 stories. No, you get 4 stories, but you get a 5-story bonus. But the difference is with the downtown extended mixed use, the bonus happens when you have mixed use. With the downtown extended SIA, the bonus happens only if there are affordable housing units. So this is something we'll need to keep in mind as we go through our deliberations tonight. The second application that we're going to review that is related to this is ZM 19-10-02. And this establishes the boundaries for the DESIA. And the boundaries that we're going to be talking about are projected above me. So I'll give you a second to look at that.
Tell us the street names there, it's not recognizable.
Yeah, I can't, but if you want to go onto the MDS website, they're very well outlined. And maybe, Brian, if you
It wasn't accessible by the internet. You have the city server.
if you will get with me or one of the staff folks, I'll walk you through how to get there. There's a little process you can go through to get there. I'll walk you through it. Mr. Hluska, I believe you own this application.
I can actually start by orienting everyone if I can. The northern edge of this property, of this area that you're looking at, is the railroad tracks, the east-west railroad tracks that run through, on the southern edge of what we typically consider downtown. So that large purple parcel at the bottom with the green square in it, that is the Ix property. So the southern edge of this is Elliott Avenue. The long street that you see up here that appears to form most of the eastern edge of the property, that's 6th Street. Monticello Avenue is the road cutting through at a diagonal there between the Ix, and just north of Ix is the Friendship Court property. Over here, you're on the other side, that's the little purple strip over there on the east end is Grave Street. The two properties above it are 100 and 110 Avon, which are also known as the National Optronics and the Innova site. And ACAC is the kind of rectangular purple block right through there. That's also where the Gleason building is. And then as you get further over to the western edge is 4th Street. So one block in is Ridge Street. And then you've got two properties south of Monticello Avenue. The other ones there are on the block between Ridge, Garrett, Gleason, and Monticello. And then those colors, just so you're aware, the lavender color is T4, the dark purple T5, and the ring down here at the bottom around the green, that's the T6. Doesn't show up great on this, but just so everyone understands what we're talking about. So members of the commission, councilors, this is the downtown SIA zoning text proposal and zoning map proposal. The SIA process, just so you're aware, starts back with the actual SIA plan that was started review in 2011. There was a process around that, including a lot of public outreach that was done at that time. Ultimately, that draft was presented to the city in 2013, the end of 2013, and adopted into the comprehensive plan as an amendment in 2014. The first step of that process was breaking down the overall strategic investment area, which is much larger than what you see in front of you here, into phases so that those phases could be individually reviewed for potential zoning changes. The phase 1 for the form-based code was, we selected a consultant to help us work on a form-based code for phase 1 in 2017. And that draft was delivered in 2018. We've done some additional outreach since the initial draft. And ultimately, it's in front of you for review. You did a work session in October on this item and is now in front of you for public hearing. Couple items, and I'm going to be very general because obviously the draft in front of you is 70 pages long and has a lot of detailed technical regulations. But mainly, the main point of a form-based code is to focus on the built form in an area, to look at the architectural designs, particularly on the ground floor of those buildings, and focus on the actual design and how they interact with the road and the public realm in front of them, and to de-emphasize what's going on in the buildings, the uses. So traditional zoning focuses a lot on how we use buildings, not so much on the design of the buildings. This flips things around, focuses more on the buildings and what people experience as they go through an area, and less so on the actual use of the building and the internal space. Some concepts that the SIA plan and our comprehensive plan talk about that should be reflected in this map and text amendment. One is the primacy of 2nd Street southeast through this area. The SIA plan talks a lot about 2nd Street as a perpendicular kind of spine of the SIA area that would ultimately come down into the public plaza that's shown on the Ix property. And that becomes kind of a complementary piece to the downtown mall, a new pedestrian connection, and the plan focuses the vitality of the area on that kind of corridor leading from Main Street all the way down to the end of 2nd Street. So you will see some of the regulations speak very much about 2nd Street and how we get the type of activity that we're looking for on that corridor to meet the objectives of our plan. Additionally, the SIA identified maximum heights in the area, generally suggested keeping them at around 5 stories, which obviously is much different than some of the buildings that have been approved and have been constructed in the downtown extended zone. But that's part of the reason why you see a lot of T5 zoning here. It's partly because it was trying to uphold the SIA plan and our comprehensive plan and the desired heights stated in our comp plan. A few other items that have come up in the review. One, there is no maximum density in this zone. We're controlling the buildings for height. We're controlling ground floor heights. In some cases, there's requirements of commercial use on the ground floors, particularly along that 2nd Street corridor, but there is no maximum density, so developers could potentially size those units however they wanted to, provided they can meet the parking requirements for them. Currently, downtown extended, you're capped at 43 dwelling units per acre, which in some buildings that's could be 2 floors if you're doing single and two bedroom units. We talked a little bit in our work session about T5 and T6. There was some direction about some other properties that might be appropriate for T6, as we talked about in the pre-meeting. One of the requirements of T6 zoning in your code, in the I think it's section 3, that describes those transects. T6 buildings are supposed to front on a public open space, and that open space, it's open space category C and D, which are the plazas or the squares. So the rather limited area that we have for T6 is contemplated around one of those squares. So any other property that were to be zoned T6 would also need to kind of identify where that public space is going to be. And we'd like to have that shown on a map so in the future people can adhere to those regulations. So while the commission did want us to look at some of those properties as T6, at this point, the proposal you have in front of you is what staff is recommending, with the opportunity to look at properties in the future as where the potential trade-off of height for additional open space in those areas. We followed your directive on the affordable housing bonuses. That is shown in your packet. That's the one change from the draft that people have seen. So this is the new table that is in the draft that you're looking at tonight, table 1.2. You may recall in October you had 2 options for it. So you gave us direction on what you wanted to see in that table, and that's reflected. You'll notice the 80% of AMI bonus is gone. It's now only 50 and 60% of AMI gets you the bonus stories. There was some discussion, we've had some discussion about the retail prohibition section. That's, I believe, section 2.16, but don't quote me on that. That states that the framework plan, and I can turn to the framework plan real quick, that there are certain areas where there's mandatory commercial, there's suggested commercial, there's a section of the code that says that retail isn't permitted unless you're on 2nd Street or around that plaza. Staff is recommending that line be struck from the code for the final draft, that we will require ground floor commercial along that spine, but if someone wants to do it off of that area, it's fine to do, and it's permitted in our use matrix that's in the code. So as Chairman Mitchell stated, there is a map amendment in front of you that would change the zoning map, and there is also zoning text amendment that would change our zoning text. So those two things work in concert. So the map in front of you is this. So just trying to keep those things separate because I know there's 2 items, there's 2 votes. They should work hand in hand. You also have a framework plan in your map. This is just additional guidance for developers in terms of how their buildings front on properties, what they can and can't do. So this is not the zoning map. The zoning map is the previous slide. This is additional information for people in terms of the regulatory environment that they're working in. 2 items for you tonight that I know you expressed interest in discussing further. One is parking. You directed us to at least hit the parking modified zone regulations, but you expressed some interest in a potential reduction or possible elimination of minimum parking standards for certain lots of certain sizes or below certain number of units. That's not reflected in the draft, but I know we have in your supporting document memo, there's a line about, I think, 7,500 square feet or 6 units. That's staff's suggestion. And finally, open space. I know that's been a big item, so there might be, just to tee that up, the mandatory open space and the open space categories. There was a lot of input about that in terms of how that, was that setting the table for further regulations that would allow open space, or how that would work. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Boom. Way to go. So, questions. Oh, go for it.
A few big questions. In the pre-meeting, there was discussion about the T6 versus the T5 zoning and the relative amount of housing each could provide, including the possibility that T6 could actually reduce housing because big open space, relatively small T6 area. Can you clarify that? Are we actually getting less housing out of that?
I think it depends. It's hard to say at this point because you don't know the design of the buildings and what people are going to do. It does allow them more flexibility in that T6 zone in terms of square footage and what they can do in that building. And the way I think you have to look at this, though, is that the T6, particularly in that area, it's almost sort of an offset for that public space. So the regulations are very much designed that if you're going to build a T6 building and get that additional 3 stories above 6 stories, there's an open space trade-off there. The T5 is where the SIA landed in terms of that. So I know that there was some concern from the commission about whether or not we allow more T6 so that we get more housing. And I think you potentially could get more overall units, but you're right, it depends on how the open space gets applied. And some of that I think needs to be thought through more, particularly on a site-specific basis in terms of what open space makes sense. The X property is shown as having required open space. It's an 11-acre site. When you get on a 1-acre site, what open space makes sense? How can you site it so it is publicly accessible? And what impact that does to the site? That's almost an area where you need to have kind of a charrette on that property or several surrounding properties to kind of determine what's the baseline allowed now, what could we do in the future, and kind of weigh that out.
There was a lot of discussion at the joint meeting about a synthetic TIF. How does that relate to this zoning amendment?
I know TIFs. The difference between the regular TIF and the synthetic TIF is something that eludes me at this point. Tax increment financing is an exchange of kind of setting a baseline for what's the taxes that are currently collected in a zone, and then any redevelopment capturing that value and placing it towards affordable housing. I'm not sure how the synthetic part works, so I may have to punt to someone who knows more about how that happens, but that option's been on the table. I think people that have looked at it have said you might want to aim bigger in terms of a bigger area. This certainly relies on, if you're going to do a TIF on this area, it relies on people building in it and replacing, one for one at least the dollar amounts that you're getting now. So if you don't get any activity, you don't get anything.
So that's a related policy, but that's not part of this document.
Oh, absolutely. No, there's nothing related to TIFs in here. That's a taxation decision that gets made by council at a different area. It's not zoning. It's not a zoning map thing.
Okay. Pass. It'll come back to me. I have one more.
It sounds like there's still a few things that are kind of fuzzy or up in the air. We just mentioned this issue of T6. There's a few things in the document that are kind of still commission should decide, or placeholder for later, or just kind of strike-throughs. Do you expect us tonight to kind of hash out each of those different questions and come up with the final wording and place a vote? Or what is the expectation for how those issues get resolved? Or are we supposed to kind of pass it now and then come back to them later to revise, or?
I think it's up to the will of the commission on that as to how you want to proceed. But certainly what you're comfortable in doing is ultimately something you can decide. There is an opportunity. One thing I think that should be stated is staff has been, I think, pretty clear in whenever this gets adopted, there's going to be a certain amount of time prior to it going into effect, because there's a lot of policy issues in here related to things that the Director of Neighborhood Development Services has been given authority to do, things about review process, just general, review of the staff to be ready for when something comes in like this. So you do have a bit of a time period there where we could fine-tune things, but you generally want it in pretty good shape if you're willing to put it in your zoning ordinance. You don't want to have a lot of lingering questions, because you really want to give that lead time. We would say 6 months from the adoption to the implementation of it to find all the stuff that you haven't already found, which happens with every code. There's stuff that you didn't anticipate or didn't find the first pass through that begin to bubble up.
I got it back. In public comment, there was a concern that when these come before us, there could be sort of a hack. Instead of slicing up additional floors, the developers could just propose one floor, one home, one floor, one home, and only need to get one affordable home for a very large building. Can you address that?
Yeah, there was a concept, so people are aware of the and I can actually turn to the table so we know. So the concern was those 10 and 15% numbers, and the way that it was done, it was based on units. And so 10% of units or 15% of units in the additional floors shown in that third column. And if that third column, if the plus 1 story in T4 or plus 2 stories in T5 are larger units, that keeps the unit count down in those bonus stories, could you then say, my first 4, say a T5 building, my first 4 stories, I'm doing all residential, I'm doing 40 units a floor, and then in my bonus floors, I'm doing 10 units total. So 10% of that, I've got 1 unit that I have to do at 50% AMI based on the way that this is done. Staff has a couple of recommendations. One would be potentially to go through and say that's percentage of square footage. That's one way of tackling that. Another one is potentially looking at something with an average of the unit size to say, if you do 10 large units, that's going to get factored into an averaging to the average size of the unit that you have to provide, that the ADU cannot be less than, say, 90% of the average unit size in your building. So if you do a bunch of 3,000 square foot units, that's going to push that, your affordable dwelling units are going to get bigger in order to accommodate that. So that's one. The other item that is not related to this, but we did mention a little bit in discussion, is potentially a requirement that those units be dispersed throughout the building. And I'm mentioning potentially 1 per floor until you can start doubling up. You don't put them all at one end of one hall at the bottom floor with a separate entrance or anything like that. So those are some ways of tackling that. The other item I know that we mentioned in the pre-meeting that I want to come back to, there was a question about the bonding of affordable units that's currently in the code, and whether or not a developer could post that bond, build their building all market rate, forfeit that bond, and get the additional height without providing any affordable housing. And our attorney's office has recommended that we also do a covenant provision in the code that would require any developer to enter into that covenant prior to getting approval, and therefore be, legally a legal action against them if they fail to provide those units. It's not just the money; they have to deliver the units in order to get this bonus height. And so that's obviously a very big concern with these types of developments, where someone can claim something and then fall short for whatever reason in the actual delivery.
Last one, I swear. In the code that I see, there's a provision saying that instead of providing affordable housing, there could be an on-site or off-site provision of a computer lab or childcare. Childcare, I know we have provisions about. Do we have provisions on computer labs? How does that work?
I've noticed that too. It's a 1 unit reduction. I think depending on if you provide that, you can reduce by 1 unit. And I can quote the code section because I just saw it. I don't have it's 1.610 on page 9. And so a business support computer lab, yeah, I mean, I don't know that we have a lot of provisions in the zoning ordinance about that. It seems like it's an amenity that would be in a building. I can't say I have a real strong opinion about that. If you were to strike it, I wouldn't complain.
Do you know what it's just like supposed to mean in normal words? Like, what's a business support computer lab?
I think it'd be like incubator space, or sort of like what we have in the market, something along those lines, where it's something that's, kind of
Structured.
a facility that would potentially allow people that are looking to start a business to kind of have a space to work out of, shared space that's, available, that gets them kind of moving down that path. So that's my guess.
Yes, no, you're on a roll.
He promised it was the last.
In the form-based code district we're considering, there are 3 small areas that are historic districts, architectural design controlled districts. We have pointed that out before and talked about it, but I don't see that there's been a resolution. What does I'm hoping that the ADC supersedes the requirements of the form-based code for those small areas.
There is no proposal in front of you tonight to alter the ADCs in any way. They are still there. They are still on the map. They don't change. As a part of this, the BAR's authority over those areas is still there. That's still a process. The reason it's not mentioned anywhere is because we're not proposing any changes to that.
Okay, so they still supersede the form-based code.
You need to comply with the form-based code and get a certificate of appropriateness to get an approved plan in this zone.
Good, thank you.
So I was hoping you could talk a little bit about what are kind of seen as the flaws of the existing zoning code in place, and then separately from that, or maybe as part of that, if you could talk about how certain projects or proposed projects might have gone differently under this framework versus the existing framework. And I'm going to just throw 4 at you. Feel free to cover them or not. So Friendship Court's ongoing and future redevelopment. The Apex office building is going up on Garrett Street. And then 323 Garrett Street, both in current office building form or technically mixed-use office building form, and as originally proposed in 2015 as studios.
Spent a lot of time to prepare this, like 10 seconds. Okay. Flaws in the downtown extended zoning, which is the primary zoning for this entire area. One is obviously a lot of the projects you've seen until the fix that was put into the code regarding mixed use. There was no definition of mixed use, and it led to this weird situation in the zoning where you could get a 61-foot bonus by doing a mixed-use building with no kind of restriction on what the proportions of that use is. Definition of a mixed-use building at the time was a building that had residential and non-residential uses. So you have 2 structures going up, well, one going up now and one that is soon to start, that have between them 3 residential units. 2 roughly 9-story buildings. The Apex building's, I think, 8 or 7 stories, actually. So that was one of the flaws. There was a definition of mixed use that allowed for increased residential density, allowed you to request increased residential density if you hit that, I think, 25-75 ratio, but it wasn't in the height. And so that was one of the major flaws.
So request is in, it goes through us and then council gets to decide?
Right.
Gotcha.
You get 43 by right, but if you do a mixed-use building, you can ask for up to 240. So that's one of the flaws. The other one I would mention a project that is not what you're talking about, but the ground floor condition along 2nd Street at the Gleason building. The Gleason building is oriented towards Garrett. The side of that building does not interface very much with 2nd Street at all. I mean, I think there's an entrance there, but there's not a lot of permeability. You don't have a lot of transparency. There's really, it's kind of turns its back on Friendship Court for, which is across the street. So that's an example, I think, where you would have had, this code would have made a big difference. Similarly, that brings us to 323 2nd Street, which is oriented towards 2nd Street. And so we're beginning to see what that facade's going to look like on Garrett. Once again, no requirements to do any kind of permeability, any kind of, addressing the street at all. So it can kind of, you have these buildings that kind of turn their side or, their shoulder to or their back to the surrounding area. The use of both Apex and 323 2nd, well, obviously they're too tall at this point. So under this code, they would be capped at 50 feet, provided, and the only way to get additional height would have been to do affordable housing. So the internal mix of those buildings would be very different. You would have a 5-story office building, I assume, with no housing, probably, and if there's continued to be commercial. So that covers those two. Friendship Court had this draft when they were doing their plan, so they were well aware of it. They are confident that what they have complies with this. They're not asking for heights above, I think above 50 feet for the most part on their buildings because of just cost of construction concerns, elevators, moving past stick built and things like that. So they're well aware of that, and some of the stuff that you see in the framework plan is some of that's in the Friendship Court plan. It's not all of it. I think I can actually hit it. I think there was a suggested, hit and carrying through all the way through the site. That was not, that they're not doing it all the way through to Hinton, but there's obviously a pedestrian accessible path through that part of the site. The 4th Street connection is in the current plan. There is open space, sort of in keeping with what's there now, so what's shown on that plan. So they've done a pretty good job of getting pretty close to what has been proposed here. The last one, the 323 studios, depending on the pricing of those studios, they very well may have been able to use the additional height. It had been T5. I think they were, my knowledge of that project was so long ago that I'm having a hard time remembering the details of it. So I don't know.
I think it was 9 stories.
So 9 stories, yeah. So they couldn't have gone to 9 stories. They would have only been able to go to 6 under this, but I think they would have been able to get that bonus as a matter of right. They wouldn't be appearing in front of the Planning Commission asking for a special use permit.
And so how'd that go last time? They needed a special use permit because they wanted to have more studios for under $1,000, and the density wasn't allowed without a permit?
Right. They needed a special use permit for the residential density that they were looking for. They went to the commission, to the council. Council asked them to return to the commission because they felt the unit count was a little too aggressive, and they withdrew the project.
Thanks.
And so I'd like to point out, too, some of the disadvantages of the downtown extended zone. I went back and reviewed our zoning and the map, and so you could have a 101-foot tall building anywhere on 6th Street, on Dice Street, anywhere in this purple area, and be across the street from single-family dwellings. And that's the current zoning. That's by right. That doesn't have to come to us.
I would say the by right is 50 feet.
I'm sorry.
But we have an incentive in there for mixed-use buildings. That's a very low bar to get over, or was a very low bar to get over. It's tougher to do now.
Mixed building.
But a mixed-use building gets 101 feet, and that is if they get that is a ministerial review. It does not come in front of the Planning Commission for a special use permit. The density potentially does, but not the height.
Right.
So what that means is you can make that 9-story building but you're limited to a small number of apartments. They need to be very large, like we see at the Waterhouse, where they're like 3,000, 4,000 square feet.
That's a choice that's made.
Yeah.
Okay, but at some point, it isn't a choice because you'd have to ask for the special use permit if you made it any smaller.
If you did,
or you could make it
but I
commercial
think
instead.
you could do a, based on the current zoning, you could do, say, 2 floors of residential, fairly, moderately sized apartments, potentially on the top 2 floors of a larger building, and get, the bonus, was it 4 floors? Okay, well, you get 2 more floors of office there, basically, for doing that residential. And you could hit 43, in 2
with
floors and
normal
stop.
sized apartments, as long as you didn't have much of it dedicated to housing.
Under the current one?
Yeah, under the current, yeah.
Right. Your mix would have to be, whatever that ratio is, you would do the bare minimum of residential, hit 43, do the rest in commercial,
Gotcha.
and do it at 101 feet.
I'm sorry. Pedestrian streets may not exceed 20% of the total street center line length within the framework plan. That's so good. Why 20%? What's special about 20%?
I'm probably going to have to defer to the consultant on that one, because I'm not sure where the number came from, and that's something I haven't asked them.
Thank you.
Well, hold that question. Any questions from council? Put my glasses on so I can hear you. No? Okay. Right, with is the consultant here?
Consultant's here. I think she may just be here to answer questions.
Well, I mean,
there was one that we just had.
We got one that she can come up and chat with us about.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I was taking notes.
What's the section number?
See if I can.
It's 2.2.5C.
Pedestrian streets may not exceed 20% of the total street center line length within this framework plan. It's an old favorite.
You like that. I'm Marta Goldsmith. I'm with the Form-Based Codes Institute. I am knowledgeable about form-based codes. I am not a code writer, but I think the idea in defining that, in setting a standard, is to maintain the scale. That if they are if they're narrower than that, then they don't feel safe. There's not light and air that comes through. This is in the pedestrian walkways, right?
I think we're talking about length here. I don't think we're talking about width.
I see. Okay. I think
Let me see. I'm not sure which.
You think you're talking about B, which is fine.
it's that section right there. I think it's, the question here is why cap it at
Oh, I see.
20% or why not go further, I think is what.
I think, again, it has to do that if they get extended, that they then become unappealing, scary, dangerous, that if they're long and narrow, that they're out of scale with the pedestrian environment, and they're not inviting.
So I just, in going through it and kind of looking at it, I guess the concern is why cap it at 20%? Why not do more? And I guess maybe perhaps from the code writer's perspective, one of the issues is you do need to maintain all abilities to get through there. So the more pedestrian streets you have, say if you had 50% pedestrian streets, you now have the potential for businesses that, business spaces that may be tough to activate because they have no ability, how they get deliveries, things like that. So that might be a percentage that they've seen in the past where it's like once you go above 20, you start having some of these issues. I know we've had issues in some of our smaller scale commercial areas with deliveries because we're not a large enough market to get the box truck and the tractor trailer has to get in there. And we've all seen our package deliveries at City Hall pop up on the sidewalk because of parking concerns. So that may be a number, and you may see, maybe it's 25. I'm not terribly concerned about this because we're talking about new streets in this, and there's only really one property that we're talking about with a new street network at this point. Friendship Courts, they have their plan. So we're really talking about the X property at this point because that's the only one I think where you're going to see according to the framework plan, breaking it up a little bit. And you could potentially see some really nice, pedestrian streets, but they don't want to go beyond. And it's the total framework plan, so you've got, it's almost like you've got a transferable pedestrian street right coming to the X property where they can kind of take all 20% because I don't see really any more coming.
And it's a number that you could go higher or lower. It's not written in stone. It's just that from experience and from the nature of this place, and given what the scale of the place is, if you have a lot more than that, then as Brian says, you really have an access problem. And I think that's real. I mean, you could go 25, 30%, but then it really has an impact once you get up to a certain level of the ability for other modes of transportation to circulate within the entire area.
And you guys are reading that as all of pedestrian streets in aggregate can't be more than 1/5 of the total street specified, rather than any given? Okay.
Right, and by pedestrian, it means exclusively pedestrian.
Gotcha. So no bikes or any?
No, I mean, it would be
Non-automobile?
Yes.
Okay, so we're worried about a vehicular access
Right.
problem. Okay.
Question about table 10.2, the shared parking table. Is this a table you know? It's a doozy. Takes up the whole page.
Oh, I'm on the wrong. Where is it? What page is that?
63.
63. Okay.
So you have a question about this?
What is this?
What is this? This is a shared parking table. The idea is that that different uses use parking at different times, need parking at different times of the day. So the idea is that if you can allow different property owners who have different uses to count if you have minimum parking requirements. If you allow them to count, to share the count, so the commercial property owner can count that space during the day and the residential property owner can count that space during the night, you end up with fewer parking spaces overall and a more efficient use. So that's why this tells you sort of what is the equation that you use to decide how many total spaces you need. And so now you want to know where this table, who says. And that I can answer because this came right out of from the Urban Land Institute, who has done many years of research and analysis on this topic, on shared parking. And they publish a report every few years that looks at that updates this table and looks at sort of what is the optimum. And again, it's a standard analysis, but it's applied pretty well in it's generally used in mixed use properties, not so much across properties, but it can be used across properties as well.
Would this then be an alternate instead of a fixed minimum parking requirement, or?
For each use for each property, yes. It would be an alternate for how you count parking stalls.
I see here sample required minimums to change as needed. Is this a final recommendation, or is this sort of a concept?
I think it's an example, and you can go back and based on the actual number of units and square footage of commercial, but this is an example of what's often used.
So would you recommend that this be passed as written here, or does this need more work?
It really depends on how much time and resources you want to put in. This gives a lot of guidance, and this is used in some instances, but it could be calibrated to the particular uses, and then it would be more accurate.
Thank you.
And now, this is a sample because it has like specific numbers for each use and then shows us based on the percentages. But are the percentages in this table the thing that's actually the rule that the table is communicating? That's how I'm reading it?
Yeah,
that
the
red numbers
percentages
are
are really
examples?
what's driving it. And if it on large mixed-use properties versus small mixed-use properties, or if they're urban, in a very urban area versus a smaller urban area like this, it may vary, but the percentages are generally instructive.
Okay, thanks.
It could be calibrated, but then you'd have to go do a lot of analysis to calibrate it to your particular set of uses.
Gotcha.
Okay?
And
Ms. Green, welcome.
Y'all go
Good
ahead.
to see you. What you got?
My
What you got
lateness.
for us?
I'd rather have been here.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
good question for.
Please, no, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. So I had a question on the use matrix. My kind of high-level perception of a form-based code versus a use-based code was that in a use-based code, you really care about what's going on inside of the building. So if I have a structure, depending on who's inside of it, it's either a single-family use, it's a two-family use, it's a fourplex, it's a home above and a retail below, whatever. And, in use-based codes, we separate those as different things, which is to say that we ban all the ones that aren't single-family. And then my understanding of a form-based code was you're kind of more agnostic about what's going on inside. So I guess my question is it typical for a form-based code to have like a 3-page use matrix listing out all those different uses and how they're regulated? Have we
Each one
toned
is
that down
different.
a little?
And remind me what page the use-based table is on. So
We've got
so I can-
59 through 61.
Yeah, okay, because we talked about this, I know. So it is, yeah. So what we tried to do here, is that typically there's a continuum from purely use-based codes all the way down to pure form-based codes. But every form-based code that I've ever looked at or ever worked on has a use table. Because you do want to separate out certain uses. You don't want...
Sort of like factories emitting
Right,
whatever.
right.
Mhm.
So what this is really is that this divides it into categories, and we tried to reduce it from your current use-based table as much as we could. And this is where we ended up as we talked through with staff as to sort of how far they were comfortable going given what the city is accustomed to now. And over time, this could become more and more general. But this was what the staff was comfortable now by grouping these and reducing some.
Okay.
But in fact, because you'll see that you could condense these because they are, many of them say BBB, CCC, so you could take them out, but they felt that as an almost like a Rosetta Stone, moving from a very specific set of uses to a more general one, that this would be a helpful thing to do.
Okay.
And by comparison, our present zoning use matrix for this district is 11 pages long.
Oof.
See, so we make
That
good
was
progress.
going to be my next question. Yeah, wow. Or we just made this font size smaller.
I don't know, it'd be pretty No, and that's pretty typical. I mean, to go from 11 pages to 1 page is kind of scary. It's
Gotcha.
possible, but scary.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Any questions from the consultant from council? Okay.
Well, I have a quick question. You're a consultant, so you've done this for many other localities.
I have worked with firms that I do not write codes, but I review them and I manage projects with code writers.
Can you give us some examples of some successful localities where obviously affordable housing is something that's very important to us?
Right.
So some localities that have been successful in true affordable housing.
Right. So the closest example is Columbia Pike, the Columbia Pike corridor in Arlington County here in Virginia, where they actually adopted 2 form-based codes. The first form-based code was the commercial properties along Columbia Pike itself, and just the one property's depth. And that was primarily focused on the commercial form, increasing heights, increasing walkability, creating through increasing density, but also facades and the quality of the open space and the overall intensity. The second form-based code that they adopted a few years later, focused on the neighborhoods that are adjacent, mostly single-family neighborhoods that are adjacent to the corridor. And there, they were very intentional about primarily retaining market rate affordable housing, some of which existed in the corridor but was outdated and at risk of being torn down, and they wanted to enable that to be preserved by allowing it to remain and to be improved and to stay in the corridor. But they also have a significant amount of new affordable housing because of the increased densities and because of the other things that the code brought in terms of what, like I say, walkability, access to transit, transitioning because of the design, the way they transitioned from the commercial to the residential. And so now in that commercial corridor, which was not restricted to commercial by the code, they're now getting multifamily affordable housing.
When you say affordable, is this, what's the range of affordability there? 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%?
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to say. I know we've done presentations on Columbia Pike to the commission and the council, but I don't have those numbers in front of me. I can get them for you on what the mix of their affordable is, but it's a wide range. I don't know how far down it goes.
So clearly, and this is not just for this evening, but this is form-based code is one of those trigger words where everybody's, we don't really know what it is. So is this typical, because I mean, the county's doing this and everybody is up in arms, the fear of the form-based code. Is this typical for other localities to have such a kind of fear of the unknown with the form-based code?
The fear of the unknown?
Right.
Yeah, I think so. But what I'm seeing a lot from where I sit is that many communities recognize the desire to have mixed-use, walkable, urban form in their downtowns, whether it's a small town, Flomaton, Alabama, which has less than 2,000 people, recognizes that to stimulate economic investment on their main street, that they need to have better urban form. They don't have zoning at all right now, and they don't want zoning, but they understand that they need to regulate the form. All the way up to the city of Miami. And so what I'm seeing a lot, which adopted a citywide form-based code, I did the city of Buffalo, New York. What I'm seeing is communities know they want that form, and so they update their comp plans to talk about these districts where they want walkable, urban form, mixed use, and then they take a look at their zoning and they say, this zoning is not going to work for this plan, for this comp plan. And we know we want this kind of development. We've rewritten our comp plan, and now we know we have to rewrite our zoning. And that's always hard. But they recognize that to get that plan in place, that they need to have a form-based standards in their zoning code.
I don't know if you followed us. We think that's pretty simple around here to get our comp plan. No, I'm kidding. As a professional looking at this, do you think that, again, this has been successful? You've seen our housing numbers and the need for housing that we have. Do you think this is any way possible going to get us to anywhere close to the numbers that we need for low income to medium income, not 80% AMI?
Adopting the form-based code and to get you the 4,000 units that the needs assessment said, no, it's not going to get you anywhere near that. But neither is the current zoning you have in this area. Know that, yeah. And I think that, I don't know that you want all those 4,000 units to go in this area.
Right.
That's the first thing. The second thing is that this code was written to create a place that people wanted to live, and where a lot of people already live, and they want to stay there. And you have a housing bill of rights that commits to have those people stay, and you also have a commitment to increasing affordable housing citywide. And some of those units will go in this area. This area will have its share of those units. In order to do that, you're going to need multiple levers in a housing strategy to do that. And we've talked with the staff and with the council and with the commission about doing that. We were tasked with figuring out what kinds of provisions we could put in this code that would incent the private sector to build affordable units. Because right now other than your SUP process, your zoning has no incentives to get the private sector to build affordable units. And so that's why we wrote in the height bonuses that we wrote in. Also, by focusing on form, you can increase the number of units in these areas, because right now, if you can only do 43 units per acre, none of them is going to be affordable. So this is one tool in the toolbox, two tools in the toolbox, but again, focusing on shaping the behavior of a private developer. I think you have some excellent nonprofit, your housing authority and the Piedmont Housing Alliance are, big players in this area, and they are working hard to retain and increase the number of affordable units at a variety of levels. And this code is intended to create a framework to do that, and we've met with the Friendship Court folks and looked over their site plan and looked at this code and made some changes in the code in order to meet their site plan, which was ground up. They developed themselves, and we felt, we felt that while still retaining the character, that there were things we could change in the code to be consistent with their site plan, as well as perhaps the other way around. And that's why they're compatible, because we sat down and worked it out.
Thank
Does that
you.
answer your question?
All right, well, let's keep the
Very
ball
political
moving.
way to answer the question.
Let's keep the ball moving. So what I'd like to do is open this up now to public comment. So what I'll do is I'll go through the list, and once I've gotten through the list, I'll see if there's anyone else who would like to speak and give you a chance to speak. When you approach the dais, please state your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes. So public comment is now open. David Tristler. Are you David? No, because he can't see you on TV, so you're gonna.
I wanted to speak in opposition to the form-based code relating to establishing the new zoning area, because I'm dependent on Salvation Army for my meals from the soup kitchen, and I need that to not be taken when you do rezoning the property of Salvation Army or Greyhound Station and the fire department, fire station, or any of the other properties really. What I did, the reason why I need that to not be taken is because this needs to not go to Donald Trump or anyone in his administration, but I am the man that meant life continued on the world when the world would have become lifeless in 2007. And I made it continue all additional years since 2007, except for 2012. And I will not be able to make it continue via what's the Charlottesville area transit buses with my assistants on there, or when I go to Blue Ridge House via Region 10, if I die, because I can't do anything if I'm dead. So, and the Greyhound, if it moves somewhere, I won't be able to catch the Greyhound. If I would need to leave because of not being able to live, and I would be able, if I would leave, I would have to leave on my disabled card. It's called Able Now. That would be the only way I could leave, really, because I probably wouldn't have money to pay for it otherwise. So that's it.
And thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Mary Tory.
Good evening, Chair Mitchell and Planning Commissioners. I am Mary Joyce Scala, 2320 Highland Avenue in Fry Spring neighborhood. I'm speaking as an individual tonight, but mainly as a former city planner. I worked in NDS for 15 years and have been retired for 2 years, but have attempted to follow the progress of this code. I sent you a letter with 4 main concerns regarding the current draft a week ago, regarding the impact of the code on the Ridge Street and downtown ADC historic districts, regarding the rezoning proposed on one side of Grave Street in Belmont. I don't even understand why that's included. Also regarding the disconnect between this code and the approved SIA plan, which it is supposed to implement. And finally, the unnecessary new sign regulations and other general regulations like lighting and landscaping proposed for this SIA neighborhood alone. We already have all those regulations in place. I wonder if the proposed differences have been explained to you, perhaps with a chart comparing the code with existing regulations. Tonight I want to mention 2 better ways to accomplish the goals of the SIA for your consideration. First, I was still working at the city when a form-based code was proposed on West Main Street. At that time, I was concerned that the code was a misguided attempt to replace the Board of Architectural Review's excellent design and historic preservation review process with a cookie-cutter design approach. Fortunately, that did not happen, but instead, we planners were asked to choose specific parts of the code that we thought would result in better developments along West Main Street. And those changes were incorporated into the existing zoning to create 2 new districts that were easily understood by the public and by staff. You can read the West Main East and West Main West mixed-use zones, very short. They have bulk planes and buffers to transition to low-density neighborhoods. They have maximum building width, minimum and maximum heights, setbacks and stepbacks, all understandable rules that create desirable forms without being overly prescriptive. That would work here. Second, the County Planning Commission is holding a work session this evening on their proposed form-based code. It is interesting to contrast what is going on there. Their staff actually wrote their proposed code, which means they understand the proposed changes better, so reviews can be expedited, and they have more buy-in for the outcome. And the Albemarle Code is recommended to be optional, like the one in Arlington County, a much more reasonable approach, giving developers a choice to use existing zoning rather than the code, and that would work here. Ideally, City Council should delay consideration of the code until the comprehensive plan and affordable housing strategy have been completed. Regardless, you should take time to carefully consider the impacts of this code on the neighborhood and how these regulations can be improved. Thank you.
Thanks. Elizabeth Stank.
Hi there, I'm Elizabeth Stark. I live in Fairway Avenue in Woolley Mills. I'm concerned about implementing the form-based code within the SIA. In recent years, the character of Main Street has been altered dramatically and with what I believe is zero or nearly zero affordable housing. I fear that the implementation of form-based code will allow similar sweeping change and a similar lack of affordable housing in a neighborhood with low income and rental housing. I ask that you reconsider this process and prioritize affordable housing instead. Once this code is unleashed, the neighborhood will be transformed. Instead of implementing the form-based code, I'd prefer that development in this crucial neighborhood prioritize affordability. We need additional housing. We need density. But most of all, we need places where the community can live and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Fran Joseph.
Hi, I'm Fran Joseph, and I didn't really do my homework, but I do have some concerns and some questions. I mainly want to just ask you to slow down the process and to really think about this in the context of the comprehensive plan and the upzoning that I hear may be implemented across the city, and really look at it in a comprehensive way rather than doing this in a piecemeal way, which feels too quick and too difficult for people who live in the neighborhood streets to really understand. I live on Goodman Street, which is around the corner from Graves, and I gotta tell you, I'm really concerned about this. I've been to meetings for that building on Avon Street that goes back into Goodman, and when I look at that and I look at Graves Street, I heard the consultant talk about walkability. I think she said it like 3 or 4 times. Well, if you look at Graves Street, we have a son who's in a wheelchair, and there's probably about 4 other people who are in wheelchairs in that North Belmont neighborhood. They can't walk, they can't use their wheelchairs on the streets. They're not ADA compliant. 2 people can't walk across that sidewalk together. 1 person has to be in the street. And I know I hear a lot about this is going to be walkable, it's accessible. Well, I live on Goodman, and half the houses are rentals, and some of them have 2, 3 apartments, and every single person in those rentals has a car. They may bike ride to work, and they may walk around to the restaurants and to the farmer's market, but they all have cars. And I don't see how the infrastructure of these streets can possibly accommodate more density. I know that there's a better way to do it, and I think that this, in a piecemeal way, is just a rush, feels really rushed to me, and I think that I'm going to just ask you again to step back and to look at this in a comprehensive city plan and to not rush into this. So thank you.
Thank you. And Caitlin Fritzmeyer.
It's Caitlin Fitzmaurice, so very close. I'm a homeowner on the 600 block of Hinton Ave, and our block is typical of most of the blocks in Belmont in that it is entirely 2-story detached homes. So on this map, our block is bordered by 6th Street and Avon Street, and it directly touches this new zoning piece. Our properties directly back up to the land that is currently an empty parking lot and the 1-story building that houses community bikes and the urban agriculture collective. And there is an unpaved, maybe 10-foot wide alley behind the back of our properties to where this zone would start. And I am highly concerned that this plan, as written, would allow a 6-story building to be constructed directly in our backyards. It immediately jumped out to me from this map that our block is one of the very few places where an existing neighborhood of 2-story houses touches the rezoned land. And everywhere that even where there is a street between the zone and the existing houses, most of the places on this map, including on 6th Street, there is a 100-foot minimum buffer that has been zoned as T4, so a lower height building, even with a street between that and the houses. And I'm questioning why it is different for our block in that this is only approximately 10 feet away from our property and is being zoned for a maximum of 6-story building. I strongly believe that if this land is going to be rezoned, it should be included in the T4 zone here. Allowing a 6-story building on this piece of property would not be consistent at all with the surrounding neighborhood. that building would tower over an entire block of two-story homes, to your point earlier, sir, about what could have been happened on 6th Street before, and I think it would significantly damage the property values on our street. So I would strongly consider, urge you to consider potentially changing that piece of zoning on the land that is bordered between Avon Street, Garrett, and 6th Street. Thank you.
Travis.
Good evening, I'm Travis Pietola from the Southern Environmental Law Center. We appreciate the hard work that the city and its consultants have put into developing this draft form-based code. This has been a challenging process, but it's an important one. Changes to the flawed downtown extended zoning are long overdue, and this form-based code has a potential to advance important goals for this area, including building affordable housing, making it more walkable and bikeable, and creating quality public spaces. We also understand the motivation to get better zoning in place as soon as possible. It's a missed opportunity every time a development is proposed under the current zoning. But it's also important to get the key pieces nailed down in this new code before it comes to a vote, so that council, developers, and the community all know what to expect. Along those lines, there are a few remaining areas we think need to be further clarified or strengthened to better match the language of the draft with the goals it's meant to achieve. Starting with affordable housing, we think the code should provide clear direction on whether affordable units tied to height bonuses must be built within the same building or may be located elsewhere in the same development or on an off-site location. The current draft is not very clear on this issue. We also want to restate our concerns about how the the bonus height provisions could play out in certain scenarios. For example, the current requirement to provide affordable units is only shown as a percentage of incremental units built in the bonus floors. That means a developer could just build one large penthouse-style unit on each bonus floor in exchange for providing as little as one affordable unit in the entire building. We don't think that's what the city envisions for these bonuses, so we urge you to consider adding some sort of backstop to close this loophole. And we were glad to hear earlier that staff is considering options to do so. We also remain concerned with the lack of open space required in the draft code. It appears to only actually mandate one single open space throughout this entire area, and it can be as small as 0.2 of an acre in size. We should be able to do better than that for what is an essential component of healthy communities, and we offer two suggestions. First, the mandatory open space should be either a park or a green, so it would have to be at least a half acre in size, or the code should otherwise require that a plaza or square at this location will meet this higher threshold. Second, Section 2.4.3 includes an open space requirement, but only for blocks greater than 1 acre which are wholly redeveloped. This is too easy to avoid. We recommend instead requiring that every development of greater than 1 acre provide open space of one of the types specified in the ordinance, regardless of whether it covers an entire block or is wholly redeveloped. In closing, I want to again thank city staff and the consultants for their hard work on this, and thanks to the commission for carefully working through these and other issues in the draft.
Thanks. Lloyd McMahon.
Good evening. My wife and I own a property on Grave Street, and it's a two-story house. It's a duplex, 2 apartments. And as I look at the code, it's kind of incoherent, the actual layout of the place and what the code seems to be implying. The code seems to say you could build a 3 or perhaps 4-story building there. I believe it also says every dwelling needs at least 1 parking spot. None of that makes sense on that street. So, I'm trying to imagine what if, as a thought experiment, if I tore that house down, what could you actually do there that actually fits in with what this code is suggesting? 5 residences if you bought the next door neighbor's place, tore it down, and put a parking garage. It's just unclear to us what's really implied and what's really envisaged in the future as to what that property would be used as. Do y'all have any answers to that? I'm not objecting to the general plan because I think it's actually pretty good, but it doesn't really make sense unless you're imagining all these houses get torn down. Is there any answers to that?
Well, sir, this is not a work session. This is
Okay,
just
well,
for hearing your comments.
Okay, I'm
So,
just saying
yeah.
that, as I look at it, it does not really make sense along that street. If you've been along that street, there's, no one can park there now, So you're gonna have to buy 3 houses, tear one down, make it a parking lot, so that you can build apartments next to it. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joy Johnson, and I reside at 802A Hardy Drive. We have asked City Council to delay this until the strategic plan is done. To approve this and not wait until the strategic plan is done, to me, it's kind of asinine because we've been talking about this for so long. One of the questions when this first came up, we had a meeting with Mr. Creasy and her staff, and one of the questions we asked was, what is the impact of this on poor people? And that question was never answered. We have asked this question to the consultants, what is the impact on poor people, this form-based code? And they still haven't answered the question. Now I'm asking all of you on this commission, what is this impact? What impact will form-based codes be on poor folks? Because when I look at what is being designed, all I see is height. You can either do 5 or you can do 6, T4, T5, T6, but you only have minimum affordable housing. And what is the price of the affordable housing? What is the price? Is it truly affordable? We need true affordable housing. Thank you for reducing and taking out of the plan the 80% of the AMI. But 50 and 60 ain't gonna cut it. Most of our folks, my daughter works at UVA, make pretty good money, and she can't live in this city because she can't afford anything. She can't afford to rent or buy in this city. So I'm saying delay. Kathy, I'm sorry that you're leaving in December, but this plan can wait. It's your baby. It can wait. Delay it. Let's do the strategic plan. Let's really think about how it's going to affect. And I live in Hardy Drive, and there's that monstrous thing that you all let build on West Main Street that has really insulted us. And if that's what we'll have to look at throughout this whole city with form-based code, I think it's an insult. We have 6 properties. CRHA, you serve on that board for a long time. We have 6 properties, 3 undeveloped land and 3 developed land in the SIA corridor. Just think about that. Thank you.
I just wanted for clarification, when you say the strategic plan, are you referring to our comprehensive plan? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Strategic plan.
In the house plan. The house
Exactly.
plan. And the next speaker is Anna Melo.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm not a resident of Charlottesville. I'm a resident of Albemarle County, but I represent Showing Up for Racial Justice Charlottesville, and I'm speaking for our organization. We're here to reiterate that we oppose the form-based code as written. We think it's premature. You just hired a consultant for the comprehensive housing strategy, and now you want to pass this code. It seems a little rushed. We're asking you to delay it by at least 3 months. And I just want to reiterate, housing justice is racial justice, like the full stop. And our organization has had housing justice as a part of our campaigns for a really long time. I've been trying to understand form-based code for about 2 years. I'm not an idiot. I still can't really fully understand this. And it's not because I'm stupid or I need to learn more. It's because it doesn't make a lot of sense. And you had people coming up here saying it's a solution to in the past, like poor zoning. But if this new solution, if you're hearing from a lot of people here and a lot of people in the community that they don't understand it and doesn't sound good, why would we be fast tracking a horrible solution to fix something, to just put a Band-Aid on another one? You didn't put, or whoever had the PowerPoint about whatever, it said the AMI would be at 50% and 60% for the potential SIA area. You didn't put what the AMI is in Charlottesville, and I think that was purposeful. The AMI for 4 people in Charlottesville is $89,000. So 50% of the AMI...
80%.
80%. Oh, is 89,000.
Yeah.
100? No.
That's 80%.
No, the AMI is... Okay.
Is 80.
Yeah. Okay. 50% of the AMI would be $44,000, around $44,000. That is, there are plenty of people who work in Charlottesville, who reside in Charlottesville, who make a lot less than that. And we need to incorporate those people into our plans. This feels like crumbs. This feels like you're giving us the dregs. It doesn't feel like an actual sustainable fix to our affordable housing problem. And lastly, I want to say I'm a service worker, and I work in barracks, so I do feel like I should have a say about what happens in Charlottesville. Basically, none of the people I work with can live in Charlottesville. A lot of them live in Waynesboro and Harrisonburg, and they have to commute in. People travel from Lynchburg to come to work here. What type of community are we if we can't make affordable housing for the people who work in the city? I don't think we're a city, or I don't think that's a great community. It's not a community that like I would advocate for. So.
Linda Abbey.
I want to talk to the next issue.
Okay, cool. And Kurt. Okay. All right, I will open it up to anyone else who would like to speak. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please come up. I mean, come up. Queue up.
Good evening, Chairman Mitchell and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Maynard Sipe. I'm a planner and land use attorney. I've been a planner and land use attorney for well over 20 years, and I've been intimately involved in work in both Charlottesville and Albemarle and 24 other communities. I'm here tonight representing Monticello Associates, LLC, who are owners of the X property. I submitted 2 letters to you that listed numerous concerns with this proposal, and I'm not going to cover the remarks made in those letters. But I had some written remarks, which I'm going to deviate from a little bit based on the discussion we heard tonight. I want to emphasize 2 points. First, in representing the owners of X property, I want to make it clear to you that this hasn't been really fully discussed. This is a significant downzoning. It substantially reduces the achievable density within the DE area. So reducing density means you're reducing the opportunity for housing. In addition to that, the table that was put up tonight in the form-based code about the housing ratios, I think was interesting because it was new information to me tonight. And I've been watching this very carefully. I'm going to come back to that, but I'll say also that the proposal in being a downzoning and reducing density targets only a few parcels in the area. And this is because many properties are already built out or have approved and vested site development plans. You're looking at only a few properties of significance in area, and X obviously is the largest one. Because it's targeting only a few properties, it really is a piecemeal downzoning, and it will be very difficult for the city to defend this. The next thing I want to say is, there's a discussion about the affordable housing tonight, and I think this project is being sold in some part by the idea that it will promote affordable housing. I've discussed this with my client, And it is quite clear to us that this will not result in an increase in affordable housing, and that the idea of trading in a density incentive for this building height incentive is a false premise. Additional building height is being allowed if you provide certain affordable units, and yet it will be more practical simply not to build the additional height. The economics do not work out. That table that was put up tonight has eliminated the 80% AMI category, and I understand the support for that. But at 50 or 60% AMI, you simply cannot build additional stories as allowed under this ordinance and build affordable units in that unless you're going to force the property owner to subsidize those units for the length of time they're going to be maintained as affordable. There needs to be a public involvement and a subsidy process that's not provided for to go along with this. And that's not that we're against affordable housing. I'll try to wrap up quickly. My client supports affordable housing. He also, it was made earlier a comment that there's some fear of form-based code. My client has no fear of form-based code. He wants to see a form-based code done right, as in Arlington, Virginia Beach, and Portsmouth, where there are options for the developer, not mandated restrictions that prevent new development and creativity. And I'll wrap up by saying, someone commented, I believe the consultant, that they want to create a place where people want to live. I think people already want to live here. I think people do live here. I think the downtown area is desirable already, and we can create better spaces and built environment, but we need flexibility, not more restrictions. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name's Stacy Miller. I live on 6th Street Southeast on the southeast border of the proposed property. And I've been following loosely the SIA plan from the beginning. And since I moved here 8.5 years ago, I've noticed a dramatic increase in the number of pedestrians that use 6th Street from the south going towards downtown and in reverse as Charlottesville continues to grow, which I think is wonderful. And I've noticed in that time zero investment in the sidewalk and bicycle infrastructure in that area. 6th Street is used as a bypass to Avon, and my fear is that will become increasingly the case during the Belmont Bridge project. Cars go way too fast. The speed bumps don't do anything. There's no effort to provide a framework for where cars should park. There are no lines on the street. I have so many questions about this. I don't really know where to start with comments, but I noticed that I don't know why the bicycle clauses in 2.2.6 seem to be crossed out in the code. I don't know what that's about. That's the only area I noticed where there were redactions. I'm curious about that, why. And I'm not sure I understand the provision for sidewalks and things that are public amenities and whose jurisdiction that is to provide those. A lot of the streets that connect to 6th Street on that sort of westward facing slope, Hinton, moving on southward, Bowling, Montrose, have zero sidewalks. They're on kind of severe slopes. My son bikes on them, and I nearly have a heart attack every single time because I feel so unsafe, and that any evening, he's just going to get creamed by a car turning right on those streets. So I'd like to know where the investment comes from and why are we waiting on developer investment in this area to make this a livable community, a livable neighborhood. And by that token, I also wonder why this particular area seems to be used as a guinea pig for form-based code in Charlottesville, because I feel it's an untapped playground for developers that are already getting rich, making $1 million condos the norm in our city, and that scares me. And I want to be able to live on my street for the long term. And I feel that a lot of what I'm seeing is so inscrutable to make public input ambiguous or negligent, like that public input will be ignored. And the way the form-based code was described to me initially years ago was that it is specifically community-led. And I don't feel like this is a community process. I feel like we're getting something that we're not sure about, and we're using this neighborhood as a guinea pig. And I have concerns, so thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
My name's Michael Payne, Charlottesville City resident. I just wanted to speak about perhaps one of the elephants in the room, which is that the timeline for the Planning Commission and City Council implementing this form-based code is fast-tracked to happen before January, when a new City Council would be sworn in. I just wanted to reassure the Planning Commission that myself, and I feel confident speaking for the ticket mates I ran with, we want to be proactive about working with the Planning Commission, the Form-Based Code Institute, and all relevant stakeholders to make sure that any potential form-based code is as thoughtful and effective as possible. And if there are any concerns about things that have been mentioned, such as the affordable housing requirement, having certain loopholes that could allow developers to only build on certain floors. If there's a desire to have a more thoughtful market analysis, take into account lots that are already developed or have capital investment in them in terms of the impact of the total number of units that could be built out under this framework versus existing zoning. If there is a desire to think through in a deeper level the implications of the height bonus, given the fact that construction costs are not linear, the incoming council wants to be a partner with that if that timeline is a concern for any decision you make tonight. So I just wanted to bring that up if that is something that might drive your decision making.
Good evening, Commissioners. Don Gather, City resident. Faith teaches me that when prayers go up, sometimes when the answer comes back, it's yes, sometimes it's no, sometimes it's wait. Well, not right now. I don't think that we should necessarily rush through a process haphazardly with so many questions unanswered, especially on the front end, and that those that deal with the fact that this doesn't at all deal with or approach to touching our affordable housing crisis. Does nothing whatsoever to answer that. So I'm not suggesting that we throw out the baby with the bathwater, but at least take the time to read the instructions on specifically how we need to put this crib together to make sure that it's functional and doesn't fall apart on the back end. One of the biggest concerns of the community is that the SIA won't only affect this immediate area, but once it's in, it will cover and encompass the whole city. And also once it's in, there's no opportunity for public input. Public can't come and speak against a project with the thought in mind that, well, you had the opportunity to speak on it before the SIA or before this project was voted on. So I ask that you just slow down. Let's take our time. We don't need to do this in the immediacy, especially with so many questions unanswered on the front end. I guess what I'm asking is just like Nancy Reagan said in the late 80s, the early 90s, at least for right now, just say no. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Yeah, please.
I'm not sure if it's any better than my name is Kimber Hockey, I'm a city resident. I just, again, I look at this area, why this area, it seems also pretty interesting that this is also an area that has been historically a lower income area, and again, used as a guinea pig. the other thing that came to mind, someone had said something, I'm sure there are a lot of people who want to live here, and that's great, but the people who want to come and live here, it doesn't take, their wants and needs do not take precedence over the people who do live here and who have lived here for generations. And I can just envision, I mean, especially this whole thing with Grave Street, why is that included? You're cutting a chunk out of our Belmont neighborhood, and you can envision, as the gentleman said, that someone would buy up some of those properties, raise them, promise to do affordable housing, again, whatever affordable seems to mean here, to create a very large building that doesn't fit and that's not appropriate. And again, is what's appropriate in size and scope seems always to be an issue. You know, you look at the SAT4, it's a 3-story max, but then with the affordable housing added, you can go up a story, and then, you know, is it going to be a penthouse on the top in the end? There's just a lot of unanswered questions, and you know, the devil's in the details, and there seems to be some loopholes, and we definitely know that developers are going to exploit those loopholes. And I just am concerned about our historic neighborhoods and seeing houses raised to put up these large buildings that don't necessarily serve our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks. Please.
Thank you. My name is Liz Russell. My concern, you know, first I want to just say, I live in Belmont. I live on Grave Street. I live on the Lavender portion, which in a previous map extends to my house, but seems to somewhat vary in either bisecting Grave Street or not. So my concern is personal, but I just want to say, you know, that I echo everyone's concerns, and I'm, you know, honored to be part of a community who speaks so strongly about affordable housing issues. And, you know, I agree that this just seems rushed. And also doesn't seem in spirit to speak to the true need of affordable housing. It almost just seems like a penance to affordable housing issues. I live on Grave Street, like I said. My house is 100 years old. I renovated it with my, you know, blood, sweat, and tears. And the neighborhood is, you know, it's great. It's a lovely street. All this, you know, these houses face in. They back to a commercial property, so I can kind of understand that DE or some sort of commercial component to the back of my block. But Grave Street itself, every single house is a contributing resource to the Belmont Historic District. It's not, however, under local design control, so it would be threatened because there's no local design control. And you know, finally, I just want to say, if the city is concerned about affordable housing issues, it should consider that on my street there are at least 3 properties that are individually owned, full-time Airbnb, but not owner-occupied, and that's a real problem to affordable housing. Thank you.
You next.
And that's a violation of the zoning ordinance, correct? That's a violation of the zoning ordinance?
Potentially.
Round them up. My name is Walt Heineke. I live on Hammer Street. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thanks for taking time to consider the impact of this particular policy on other policies. That's what I wanted to talk about tonight. Somebody mentioned earlier the notion of incoherence, and I think this whole notion of trying to pass a form-based code in one part of the city when you have a zoning code audit going on, a comp plan audit, a comp plan that's not finished, that's due, and a affordable housing strategy plan that's going to be a part of that comp plan that's not finished, is just a recipe for disaster. There's so many moving parts that you don't know how this is going to interact with all of those moving parts. So it seems completely irrational and incoherent to me, just from a sort of an engineering, a policy point of view, that you would consider doing this now without thinking about the other moving parts. And to reiterate something that was stated earlier that I think Ms. Johnson said, in every enlightened city that I've ever lived in, there has been something that is the equivalent of an environmental impact report, but it's called an equity impact report. And you see those in places like Seattle that are cities that are concerned about differences in community and creating inclusive communities. So I don't understand why we don't have an equity or an affordable housing or a racial impact statement that comes along with this form-based code approach. Lastly, it's not clear to me that this is going to increase anything close to affordable housing in our city. It's probably going to increase property values in the SIA, which are going to drive people out and displace people. There's probably going to be less affordable housing unless you have an affordable housing strategy. I could have sworn that I heard at Crescent Halls that the consultant said that they anticipate that form-based code is going to increase housing prices in the SIA, and therefore are probably going to drive people out and displace people. So for those reasons, I really hope that you stop and think about delaying this process. It doesn't have to be done now. It doesn't have to be considered a vanity project. It can be done later. As Mr. Payne said, there's going to be a new council in a matter of months. Let's cool our jets and slow down and think about how this fits with these other moving parts. And if you do anything, let's light a fire under getting the affordable housing strategy done, the comp plan done, and the zoning code audit done. Let's get that done quick, because we have other priorities in this city right now in terms of affordable housing. So thank you for your time.
Mark Cavett, 400 Altamont Street. I've been following form-based code for many years. I've gone to many meetings on it, both here in the city and in the county. I've seen other communities where it's been done at and have developed nice communities when this has been done. Some examples are the Glen Allen area here outside of Richmond. Northern Virginia has a few. Orlando, Florida has done one that I've been to and was very impressed with. It'd be nice if Charlottesville was not growing and we could remain kind of the traditional city that we are, but we are going to grow and we are going to be needing more housing. And this may be a good location to do something of this nature. Yeah, it probably needs to be tweaked a little bit, but we need to stop moving on this. We've been talking about it for many, many, many years, and it's just time to move on it. I think we're kidding ourselves, though, if we think that we're going to achieve affordable housing by development in this area and building new construction. You're not going to achieve new affordable housing with new construction unless you got government paying into the cost of it. It's just new construction is expensive. That's the way it is.
Hi, y'all.
This is your second trip, isn't it?
This is, but my other one was on non-agenda related things. And so I am back. My name is Lily McVeigh. I'm a Charlottesville City resident for my entire life. I also live in the neighborhood that this plan would be affecting. I really would hope that you all would focus more on the displacement of people. I think that as the majority of people in this room have already expressed, and even the consultant, that this would not address affordable housing. And what is affordable housing? Like when city council and city just had to pass $15 an hour for city employees and still can't live in this city off of that hourly rate. Again, I was a city employee for many, many years and struggled every single month to pay my rent. Used the food banks in this city, used everything that I could access to maintain living in the city, and actually had to move outside to Crozet for a year because I could not make my rent. I could not make my bills in this city. I think it's very clear that this plan has nothing to do with addressing affordable housing or bringing housing to the people. You know, they were talking about making this a more desirable place to live, as someone said earlier, and I'm happy to echo, this is a very desirable place to live. There are people who've been living in this area for generations, and we're selling them out so that we can get like another Potbelly's Deli that will put one affordable unit that's $1,200 a month for one bedroom. It's ridiculous. And I can see by your facial expressions as you all have been sitting up here tonight that I know that you all agree with us. I know that you think this is ridiculous. I appreciate the questions that you are asking him and his consultant that we're talking about this plan. So again, I don't have much more to say. I think that everybody's said it pretty well so far. I would just hope that you all would delay this and really focus on the displacement of the people who already live in these neighborhoods, or the people who are getting pushed out of these neighborhoods, the people who've already been pushed out of these neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. I just want to bring it to you guys' attention that you've heard from the resident organization that represents CRHA. You've heard from the X property folks, as well as several independent property owners in the area about how horrible this plan is. So think about that.
Can I get your name?
Wande Johnson.
Thank you.
Yep. So there's that. I will echo Joy and advocate for you guys to go back, finish the housing strategy and the comprehensive plan, and then tackle zoning. I get it. Zoning sucks. There's so much space for improvement upon our current zoning, but I don't think this is the answer, and if it is, it needs to be refined. We need to be entirely intentional with the citizens. I was born and raised in Charlottesville. I can remember when our motto was a world-class city. We made a world-class city for everyone but the people who were born and raised here. We can fix it now. Delay this, get the housing strategy together, come back to the zoning. Please and thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Oh, come on up, please.
My name is Phoebe Stevens. I live on Paoli Street. I also am from Charlottesville, Virginia, born and raised. So I'm really glad to see a lot of us here. So I just want to say that I'm going to speak to this in terms of the dairy building that's going up on Preston. When I went to the meetings for that, they specifically said, Lee Quill specifically said that this building was going to encompass, was for family residents, and like, you know, there's going to be the stalls in the bottom, and there's going to be these residents up top, and they're going to be scaled to, I guess if you make a certain amount, you'd qualify for this style of resident, and so on. And that it was specifically for the community. And then they had a groundbreaking one day, and they didn't send anything to anybody, just a few people from, I guess, City Council came along, and all of their developers. And when I just happened to come back from work, I saw them, so I pulled over and went over to say, hey, I'm from the community, didn't get anything about this groundbreaking. And one of the side conversations was, oh, this is really great because it's on the UVA, you know, it's right close to UVA, it's right on the bus line. Specifically was told, this is not for UVA. So this being community to me feels like, no, this is probably for people who are making lots of money, who do want to live in this city because it is so desirable, because it's an awesome city, and it's not for anybody like me who's been living here forever and struggled to find a place, and all of my friends who live in the city or / don't live in the city that can't find housing. This sounds just like the dairy building, where they're going for people who are not from the community, making lots of money, and then, yeah, pushing everybody who's been living here out. So I'm just reiterating that, and also the parking. They didn't have anything addressed with the dairy building for how traffic was going to be affected and parking, and I'm just wondering, in the gridlock that is downtown Charlottesville, how is that even being addressed? So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak? Hi there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Valerie Long with the law firm of Williams Mullen. We represent Avon Court LC, the property owner at 310 Avon. I'll just be brief. We want to just reiterate the comments that were made at the October 15th work session with regard to the proposed designation for the 310 Avon property. For all the reasons stated that evening, and it sounds like there was a majority of the commission that agreed that this property and perhaps others that are also on the north side of Garrett, between Garrett and the railroad tracks, should also be considered for T6 zoning. We just reiterate that. I understand Mr. Haleska's comments tonight about the importance of open space, and we certainly share that and agree with that. There are, as I see in the draft form-based code, there are requirements for open space for all parcels, and particularly those over 1 acre. This is a 1.75 acre parcel, so it would be required to have open space. So if that's not sufficient to address the concern for open space, our suggestion would be to, as many have stated tonight, make sure we get this right the first time, go back, revise the code to make that more clear if it's not already, but not use that as a reason to so severely restrict the areas of the SIA that are designated for T6. It really is just one small area. It's an important area, but we think with the regards to the fact that one of the 3 stated goals of the SIA, in addition to increasing affordable housing and housing of all types and improving connections within the area, it was also to increase employment opportunities. And the T6 is pretty much where most of the employment opportunities are located based on the use matrix. That being said, I think there's also some good improvements that could be made to the use matrix, because there's a lot of areas in T5 that don't allow some of these very important employment opportunities and centers. An easy example that we talked about all the time when I served on the SIA advisory committee was the idea of a commercial bakery was often cited as the example of an employment opportunity that would be perfect for the SIA, and we wanted to make sure we could accommodate a use like that. Those uses would not be allowed in T4 or T5. I would think they would be appropriate in a T5, but when you limit T6 to this one area, there's a lot of uses that are contemplated to be squeezed into that one area, and I don't think that really achieves the goal. So we appreciate your time, and again, we would suggest that this some time be taken to address this. Let's finish all of the other initiatives first so we don't make any mistakes going forward. Thank you.
Thanks. All righty, is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Going once, going twice, done. The public hearing is now closed. We've got a lot to noodle on. Who would like to begin the noodling? Yeah, you look like you're big. Why don't you kick us off?
You want me to start you off? So I'm probably going to make some statements that are going to make everybody unhappy, but not all the same statements, so hold on. So first off, we want to talk about affordable housing, and we are definitely in need of affordable housing. So I hear a lot of people talking about affordable housing, but then I hear a lot of people saying, but we don't want too much height. Look, folks, we're going to have to go high somewhere to get affordable housing. And so, yes, that there's that. I agree with you, this world-class city, that always just made my head spin. We're also going to have to increase density in some areas. We definitely are, and we're going to have to look throughout the city and not just in one area. The Hardy Drive, yes, those buildings on West Main, but they are a symptom of our zoning that is currently in place right now. And yes, this planning commission and that council voted to increase height to give away the farm for 1 or 2 units, and that is what we got. So we have a lot of work to do. Yes, I've stood on Hardy Drive with you, Ms. Johnson, and looked up, and I'm still sick to this day. So yes, I did not vote on that, but I'm only one of 7, as you see here. I know that what I hear from a lot of people is the frustration with the infrastructure we have. When we start some processes like this, we're gonna have some hurt. We are gonna have to make some changes to get the infrastructure and the pedestrian that we need. So it's not gonna magically happen overnight. So there's gonna be some some growing pains that we have to do, and we're going to have to see some things that, and make some changes. That being said, I'm also a part of another organization where I'm watching a form-based code being done differently. And so I see too much draft on this one. And I am not comfortable. I know we have to start somewhere, absolutely. And once we get to a place where we do start and we get to the zoning and we get to the comp plan, you all may not like the comp plan either once we get there. I mean, it is gonna have to be a citywide thing if we're gonna put enough housing in here to get the affordability. For certain, we're gonna see higher density and we're gonna see some height. There's no other way to do this. So, and with that is gonna come some traffic. And I want us just to hold on. We're going to have to go through some growing pains together. But for me, for this, I don't think I'm going to be able to vote for this as it is with too much draft. Just talking about the use matrix. Oh, we can massage that. I want us to get to a place where we have a form-based code where we're comfortable that this is where we are. There's too much, in my mind, right now, unknowns.
Wow, so Lisa took a lot of the words out of my mouth, which is a rarity. Yeah, I guess I'll echo by chiding you all a little bit on the same note of, there do need to be trade-offs in height and, in other things, but I think there's a lot of wariness of what form-based code is in general, and how it's, this kind of scary new thing that's different from the old thing, and that sometimes that makes it, or maybe that makes it bad, but like, use-based zoning is really bad. Like, use-based zoning is where we're saying it has to be a single-family house, and how dare you subdivide it into a fourplex. Use-based zoning is where we're saying you can build a 9-story building on Garrett Street, but if you put 233 studios that all rent for under $1,000 a month in it, you can't do that. But make it a giant office building with one enormous penthouse, that's great. So, in general, I think form-based code and moving into that framework, or at least towards that on the continuum, is a good idea. That said, I have some serious concerns with this particular form-based code, and in the way it's written and it's structured, and in the way it seems to kind of provide for, in some ways, less potential housing than in the existing thing, where, there's a lot less building you're allowed to do, which in theory means a lot less housing. That said, in the existing framework, you have to go ask council for that housing, and they'll probably say no, like they did the last 5 times. And in particular, I think on the idea of public input, there's something really worthwhile to be said about everyone kind of coming together and giving public input in the form of a broad vision or a plan, where everyone's talking in the abstract about what we'd like to see, what we see in the future, and it's not, there's going to be 200 people living in this building, it'll be cheap and there'll be renters. Like, I can't imagine this. Because what we see in practice is that the per project public input system is rigged completely in favor of rich homeowners, right? Like, you go back and look at those studios and the public comment for that, and it's 12 comments from people in the Gleason saying, I moved into my condo here, 18 months ago. Actually, I bought 2 and combined them together. And our building is adequately parked, and we have plenty of parking, but if you let 233 people move in down the street, they're gonna have traffic jamming up the whole neighborhood. We don't want renters around here. We want homeowners who care about the neighborhood. Like, that's what you get in that project-based input format. So I do think there's a lot of value in the way we're trying to kind of make a plan from the beginning. That said, I think that it is kind of too early with this plan. I think for the most part, this has kind of flown under the radar. And I think in some ways that's kind of a consequence of it being a consultant-driven process where it's hard to know what the, to see how the sausage is made. No offense to you guys, but, I think when it's a process that the community shows up for and that everyone's involved in, I think you can have good results. At the same time, it's not just having consultants that makes the community not show up. Now I see you guys all here and fired up. So if we defer this, I hope you guys will all come out to the next sessions where we talk about what really should go into this. But at this point, I see a lot of kind of empty holes in the plan that we're supposed to flesh out. I see, serious limitations on how much building you can put in there when at the same time all of the affordable housing we get is on those upper floors. And to me it seems like it's probably because the people on the 6th floor in the Gleason don't want to live with the thought of someone on the 7th floor down the street renting a cheaper apartment than theirs. So at this point I would prefer to defer it, and we have 100 days till we have to give a recommendation to council after today. But if we do come up for a vote, I will vote no.
It is a full moon. That's what I was thinking. I want to just say one quick thing right now. You're right, we need to work on this zoning, and we need to get this comp plan done. We're in a really good spot right now with our state legislation to get some things moved forward. So if we don't have that, we don't know what we need for affordable housing or that strategy to put in place, we're not going to know what to ask our legislators to get us in place. And right now is the time.
I first want to say I am so glad to see so many people of our community out, especially those who are long-term city residents as myself, and we share a lot of the same concerns. Per the work session for this we had in October, I just want to stand to the original comments that I made. I know that we need affordable housing. And we do not need affordable housing at 80% AMI, and clearly tonight we hear that 50 and 60 are not going to get it done either. We also in this city need affordable housing where you do not work 40 plus hours a week and have to come get a voucher in order to be able to afford to live. I do also feel that with so many pieces of the framework in play, I'm going to stand fast and say that we need to finish our comprehensive plan first and our housing strategy before we move forward with any other strategy. So at this point in time, I would either be, I would be okay with deferring this plan or denying it.
This kills me because there is good in here. There has been good work that's gone into this that I see and I appreciate. I appreciate staff's work on this. I appreciate the consultants' work on this. I see, so many people in our community have contributed to make this something that I think will eventually be worthwhile, but we are not there. There's so much here that is in draft. There are good ideas that aren't filled out. There are exciting tools that don't work yet, and I want us to get there, but we are not there tonight. I'm very comfortable deferring, but I don't see my way towards a yes vote tonight.
Geez, Lest. So I'm conceptually in favor of the form-based code, but there are a number of things in this particular draft that I would like to work on. I'm not in favor of. The north side of Grave Street being one of them, and front yard setbacks not being enough. But I think it's workable, and I think we could do it in the short time, but so I would defer tonight, and I'm not really optimistic about it happening in a few months either. And I fear for this community, this area up there, because I've sat up here for 6 years now. The last 3 have been towards a comprehensive plan. And my term ends in 2 years, and I can almost guarantee you the comprehensive plan is not going to be done in 2 years.
And in the meantime, we've got this existing zoning in this area. I fear for this area.
Madam Mayor, you look like you were about to jump in.
I wasn't, but I do have something. I'm just sitting here listening. I don't agree with this particular proposal, but I do have an issue with the statements that there hasn't been opportunity for individuals to weigh in. So there have been a lot of opportunities, and I just want to point that out when we move into this comprehensive plan, zoning change, housing strategy, for people to get involved very early and voice your concerns very early so we won't end up at the final hour. And I know that we have a part to play in that where we need to pay attention to what is being said, because I know there have been a lot of members of the community who have been talking about form-based code and their concerns for a while, and we haven't been necessarily paying attention to those. But staff has been working really hard. We've spent a lot of money with this consultant, and in the future, hopefully, those concerns are expressed earlier so that we are not making the investment to then get to this point and have comments made about there hasn't been the opportunity. Over a year ago, Alex Akafina said that our zoning code was a wastebasket full of errors, right? And hopefully your statement about the 2 years is alarming, and I hope that isn't the case. But I understand, but we need to make sure that these that we complete something, right? And all three of those things are very important and need to be completed. So that's what I'm over here thinking about. And I'm just encouraging the public just to be present and in tune very early on so that you don't feel left out as we work through this comprehensive plan and housing strategy and zoning changes.
Any thoughts from the university?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Sure.
I mean, only because you looked at the council.
What I'd like to do is get to the planning commission. Well, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, you looked over here, so I wasn't sure if it's our turn yet, but I can certainly wait.
Yeah, let's get through us and that, because I want to say something as well. Any thoughts from the university?
Well, I don't want to. I've heard a lot of good comments, obviously for and against this, mostly obviously against in terms of getting the affordable housing component right, and I think that's very important. I don't want to rehash things that have already been said, things that I've thought about a little bit that I haven't heard as much about a little bit was the green space aspect. I'm not seeing that fully fleshed out in the diagrams anyway, and maybe in the text a little bit. The other thing that I haven't heard a whole lot about is, these transitions between the different zones, and might you be able to break up lots like you've done with the X, like it's done with X, where it has different transects on it to kind of create a little better transition, or actually get maybe a little more height towards railroad, up against the railroad tracks or in low-lying areas, things like that. Maybe get more density out of it with a few changes, but for now it's all I have.
Unfortunately, I believe Jody is more right than he's wrong regarding when we will get a new comprehensive plan. It's going to be at least 18 months. I'm thinking it's going to be a couple of years. We cannot put development on hold in Charlottesville for 2 years. We cannot put the redevelopment of our housing authority properties on hold for 2 years waiting for a comp plan. We cannot put New Hill on hold for 2 years waiting for a new comp plan. So I don't want to throw the DESIA out outright. But there are a number of things about the DESIA that do give me heartburn, and I'm not going to blindside staff because I've walked our staff through a couple of those things. And again, it's because of the draft nature of the current DESIA. When you read through it, through the ordinances, for example, as I mentioned to staff, there are a lot of shoulds and may as opposed to shalls and will. And so we need to go through there and clean that up so that it has more teeth when it's implemented. And when it's a standard and it needs flexibility, say, you'll either do this or do that. The other piece that gives me a little heartburn, again, and we hopefully we can work through this, is the protection and insurance that affordable housing stock will be built no matter what happens. Our council has come up with what I think is a wonderful idea, and to either take out the idea of a developer having to put in a bond that says, if I don't build the amount of affordable housing that I committed to, then you got to pay me. I release the bond, and you get it. But Ms. Robertson has come up with an idea that maybe we build a covenant into the deal that says you got to do this, or this penalty will be there, and it'll be a penalty greater than just the loss of the bond. So little things like that need to happen. The penthouse idea, where a guy says he's going to build 8 floors, but then puts a bunch of penthouses on top, above the bonus area, and we get no affordable housing because of the way the algorithm is written. That needs to be fixed as well. So I'm not ready to throw this out yet because I'm not ready to stop development in Charlottesville. I'm certainly not ready to stop redevelopment, and I certainly want New Hill to get the momentum that it seems to be getting. I want it to grow with that momentum, but I do want to fix these little things that may sacrifice our ability to be certain that we're going to get the affordable housing that we need. So my idea is that we got 100 days. My idea is that we think about this thing a little longer. I would not be willing to vote against it outright tonight, but I would be willing to entertain a motion to defer. But council has some points to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, especially since my name was said in vain tonight, and I am Kathy Galvin. I think it's really important to understand that for me and everyone else, that this process has been going on for a very long time. And the SIA plan was adopted in 2014. The first thing that the plan called for was to get new zoning. And it's 2019, and we're talking about the zoning now, 5 years later. And yeah, I did push to get this going because it needed to see the light of day. It was not going to get a public hearing unless someone pushed for it. We need to get it publicly discussed. And there have been a lot of public meetings, but people have not come. This is the greatest turnout we've seen. So it's fantastic to see this. And it's also really important that when the new council look at this and when the planning commission look at this, that there is an expectation that there's a timeline followed from staff. I mean, this was a year ago, this draft was ready. A process could have been in place, but it wasn't, it was very slow. It was not moving. And so I think it's, again, you're looking at this daunting task. This was for 80 acres of the city. 10 square miles is 6,400 acres. Wow, it's going to take a long time. I mean, at the rate we were going, it's going to take 377 years to get that comp plan done with the new zoning. So I think it is something to consider that there was really important to get this out into the public, and that is what I did, to get it out into the public. And yes, there are lots of legitimate questions, and I find it really interesting that majority of the developers and property owners felt this was a down zoning, and the majority of the residents felt it was an up zoning. Wow, it might be doing something right. It's okay, so let's keep this going. Don't kill it. And I'm glad to hear the deferment word. But we've got to get really honest from both sides what's going on. This is only been about zoning to get the private development sector to contribute its share. It's in concert with the fact that you got 300 more units being built on Friendship Court. You got 117 more units being built with the public housing community. All total, with that, combined with what could be built with a maximum build out, you'd have 1,000 units of affordable housing within 4,000 units of a full build out. That's 25% affordable housing in that area. Citywide, it's 10%. So I'm glad to hear phrases like "don't throw the baby out with the bathwater," because it's bringing up the kinds of considerations that we must make for our zoning that governs private development to take into account. So I just wanted to point that out, that, yeah, I did push to get this to see the light of day, because it never would have come to this point. And that is why, the honest to goodness truth, why I needed to push this to get to this point. And if it's deferred, I will be working on the other side of the dais with everybody else to get us the zoning we need sooner versus later, because the existing zoning we have is doing everything that the public is afraid of. Not the new zoning. The existing zoning is doing everything you're afraid of. So, yeah, we got to get to work, and we got to keep a timeline going, and we got to get all the loopholes closed, and we got to have all the details figured out. But the zoning needs to be changed very soon.
Mr. Stolzenberg, do you have a motion?
Yeah. Not quite sure how to phrase this, but before I do, my thoughts are that it does make sense to have a couple work sessions, yeah, maybe more than one, to talk this over, to at least hammer out the details and have a final proposal, even if we're going to shoot it down at the end, because I think there's value in fleshing out the details, in understanding this process, because the way our comp plan was shaping up, we're going to have to move towards this form-based end of the continuum no matter what to implement the things we were talking about. So I'd like to move to defer indefinitely till after, just defer? Just defer.
Yeah, just defer.
Cool.
Yeah,
Don't have to specify time. Great.
Second.
Moving and properly second. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Creasy, would you poll the commission?
Mr. Lahindro?
Aye.
Mr. Stoliates?
Aye.
Ms. Dow?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Ms. Green?
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
I'm going to also say I can't wait for you all to be there so we can sit down and go through this and put this out and have public engagement, because that's what makes this a better project. And I say that on the heels of just hearing South First Street, where that community got together. And so it is one of the best projects that we've seen. So I look forward to seeing you all. I know, I see them.
All right, why don't we take a 5-minute break? 5 minutes. Back in 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got enough.
Yep, you got 4.
Come on, Jody.
I would just start. That's just me. Because I'm me. Second.
But I'm nicer than you guys, obviously.
Okay, you are nicer. I'll give you that.
There's no question about it. I picked that up.
Much nicer.
But you uncaring people is. Poor Lyle gets run over by a truck one day, and you. Oh no! I didn't get him.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Alrighty, let us re-engage. The next application is a special use permit request, and that would be SP 1900006. The landowner, Market Street Promenade LLC, is asking for a special use permit to allow mixed-use development on 218 Market Street. Specifically what they'd like to do is they'd like additional height. Currently, by right, they can do 70 feet, by right, and they'd like to do 101 feet, 101 feet. They'd also like additional density. Currently, they can do 43 units per acre, and they'd like to go up to 240 acres. That translates into up to, or about up to 134 units on that site. On the ground level, that will be used for retail and commercial space. This will also have to go before the bar again before it's finally approved. So you're a busy man, Mr. Luska.
Commissioners and councilors, this is a special use permit for property located at 218 West Market Street. As Chairman Mitchell stated, this is a request for additional height and additional density. The by right height on this property is 70 feet. You can ask by code up to 101 feet by special use. Additionally, the by right residential density permitted is 43 dwelling units per acre, which calculates out to about 24 units on this site. The applicant is asking for the maximum allowable density under the code, which is 240 dwelling units per acre, which would yield a count of 134 residential units. Several items to draw your attention to in your review. First, obviously, with any kind of increase in residential density, we look at the automotive impact on this area. This property is accessed has frontage on 2 roads. West Market Street is obviously the one that is noticed on the report, but there's also a frontage on Old Preston in the back, adjacent across the street from the back of house area of the Omni Hotel. So the current, conceptual plan for the site talks about using that Old Preston access as the way cars would enter and exit this site. The traffic engineer has looked at this, has no concerns about the demand on Old Preston. Did say that it's a part of the site plan process. We would probably take another look at the Old Preston and Market intersection just to make sure that the additional trips don't create any kind of conflicts there that need sort of some changes to that site. We also want to draw your attention to parking, because obviously that always comes up in these situations. The parking regulations here are in the urban parking corridor, which is a rarely seen. We don't see many developments in that zone. So I do want to refresh your memory about that. This is the kind of what remains of the old parking exempt zone. So by right projects are not required to provide any parking in this zone. They do have to account for loading and unloading, but other than that, there's no parking required at the by right level. By asking for a special use permit, there is the requirement that they meet the parking requirements for the additional units on the site via the means provided in the parking modified zone. So for every additional unit above 24 dwelling units per acre, they have to provide a parking space per unit. and that can be met in the under the provisions of the parking modified zone. So on-site, off-site within a certain distance, paying to a parking fund. So obviously at 134, we'd be talking about parking spaces for 110 units somewhere, either on-site, off-site, or some combination of that. So that will drive probably some of the design considerations that the BAR will have to deal with, as well as the applicant. This project does qualify for our affordable housing section under 3412. The applicant has not made any indication as to how they intend to meet that. They obviously will have to meet that prior to final site plan approval. They would have to designate how they will meet that. Additionally, and just because we wanted to do it again, there's an adjacent historic building that is structurally impacted by this one. Oh, I gotta laugh, good. You will notice a very familiar condition in there to deal with it. The adjacent property owner is well aware of that. The applicant has already had discussions with the adjacent property owner. It's going to take some care in terms of how this is done because of the buildings are almost kind of joined in some fashions and beams are going through there. So obviously that's of great concern to the applicant and the adjacent property owners. But we have a condition that addresses that in here that should look really familiar.
You're welcome.
It's the edited version too, just so you know. You did have a work session on this matter in September 24th. We have the notes in there related to your concerns about that. Just to reiterate what your discussion was. So in closing, staff recommends the application be approved with the conditions in the staff report. I will not read those because it's about 3 pages long. And I will be happy to take any questions you may have, and the applicant is present and I do believe wishes to address the commission.
I had a question with the single building requirement in the proposed conditions. We're also talking about breaking up the massing, like the Board of Architectural Review asked for. A little confused why we're including that instead of, leaving it with the Board of Architectural Review, who's in charge of that anyway. But the one building thing seems like, if you want the massing broken up into like 2 or whatever, 2 buildings is not and a passageway in between or something. 2 buildings doesn't seem like a weird way to deal with that. I don't know.
I think given the size of the site and the programming that we're talking about, it's going to be one structure. Also, we do run into this occasionally with projects of a much smaller scale than this one in terms of what constitutes a structure and pathways in between them, and people using them as kind of ways around certain regulations, particularly in low-density residential areas. So it is possible, but I think given the scale of what we're talking about and the location we're talking about and the likely sale price of the land underneath here, I don't think you're going to see a lot of open breezeways between 2 buildings. So I don't think that I don't think the applicant has any problem with it. I think the BAR is probably going to want it as one and use some strategies in terms of how they break up the mass, which the BAR has directed them to do.
One item that came up in the work session on this was a connection to the history of the nearby Vinegar Hill neighborhood and the history of our community, which was news to me. What do we know?
I don't know anything beyond what we talked about in the work session. Certainly the Board of Architectural Review, as a part of their review, I think the staff that's assigned to that would certainly put forward whatever they've got there. I think the adjacent buildings in particular are almost of kind of add more to this design, but yeah, that's about as far as I know. I mean, if the demolition of this building is going down, then could be something offered by the applicant in terms of kind of talking about what was on the site prior to that, something like that. I don't know if that gets to the discussion we're having tonight in terms of height and scale and that. But it is something, I think it's been noted by the Planning Commission and be forwarded to the BAR in terms of their considerations.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I had a question about waivers in the parking no, the urban core parking zone, the applicant is allowed to request a waiver from the minimums imposed, because it's exempt from parking except for SUP increments, but they are allowed to ask for those to be waived. Do they have to ask? Did they ask?
There is no language in the request. They do have to ask usually.
We can't tell them it's waived.
Requests for waivers where they're provided by code have to come in with the application.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, the SUP process permits modification of parking requirements, but it's I think it's similar to the way setbacks come up. The applicant has to request that change to the setbacks as a part of their application.
And if we were hypothetically to change the code to perhaps exempt all parking in the downtown core zone, because there's really not a difference between apartment on the by right floors and the SP floors, you'd think, would that be possible within this application, or is condition 1C that mandates a parking structure going to conflict with that?
There's no number assigned to it, so certainly, you know, to go back to the old parking modified zone, any large project that was done at that time still had parking. They didn't, you know, or the parking exempt zone, that didn't mean that people were building buildings with no parking at all, unless they thought they could do it. But most people, through conventional financing, are not going to be able to pull that off. So it certainly says that they would have to have a parking structure. If that, hypothetically speaking, if they get to 134, I don't think there's any way that floor plate's going to support 134, so they're going to have to look at alternatives. If you were then to waive all, you know, remove that from the code, that would allow them to get rid of all the off-site. You know, they could let those leases go whenever they came up for termination, so they would have some freedom there. But you know, presumably their on-site stuff. I mean, I guess if the on-site stuff was, you know, at grade or above grade, they could potentially start converting the parking to other things. That has to be designed in advance, though.
Well, but so underground, if I'm looking at the site plan right, like it's below grade from the perspective of Market Street, which is the address, but that's like it's where Livery Stable is, right? Like that's pretty much what we're talking about.
Right.
So it is at grade on Old Preston, basically. So you could put retail there in terms of where it is or whatever there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question about darkness. We've gotten a lot of public input on this concern about shadows, winter shadows. Can you address that issue?
Sure. The applicant has provided updated shading studies. There were some initially in their packet, and then they've provided some updated ones to you today. The best thing the point I would make is there is a required 25-foot step back on West Market Street after a certain amount of space. I think it's 40 to 45 feet. You have a street wall, and then you have to step back 25 feet. So that takes the bulk of that building, whether it's 70 feet or 101 feet tall, off of the street. And so a lot of that shading falls on the building itself. There is some impact. It's probably going to be felt late in the day, particularly in the winter. So you can see that impact. You know, how impactful it is, I think, is subjective. It depends on what you think. But like I said, the bulk of the height is in the middle of the site per zoning. So that kind of mitigates some of those concerns, at least in my mind.
Will these people see the sun?
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Bill, council, any questions for staff?
I just have a comment surrounding the affordability piece. Per usual, I just think that is something we should know up front, and that we should be asking those questions before we get to the point of a site plan review. And it's the same comment that I make every time. If by right you would get 24 units and you could get up to 134 additional units. And I just heard him say that that probably wouldn't, work in that space, but it's something that the applicant could propose. We should know by this point, what we're approving in terms of the affordable housing piece. And that's something that I would want to know when it would come before council.
Would the applicant like to chat with us?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is LJ Lopez with Milestone Partners. We were here just a few short weeks ago, actually, for a work session on this project. Also with me this evening is Jeff Dreyfus with Bushman Dreyfus Architects as part of the project team. On behalf of the project sponsor, Jeff Levine, not to confuse the two Jeffs, he sends his regrets. He was overseas dealing with a family health issue. I alerted you to that earlier today. I won't reiterate the application. We understand what the application request is. I just want to touch on a couple points that were raised for further clarification. In the staff report, the protective plan, while we laughed at that lightheartedly, it is, I think, a carbon copy from what we thoughtfully crafted for 612 West Main. I would request the opportunity, with your consent, to, between the commission and the council, to recommend some proposed changes to that. The conditions are not apples to apples. We had an adjacent building with a 10-foot...
Is that something we can do? Is that something... What he wants to do is change the building protection clauses around the demolition, and he'd like to do that after it's approved by us. Do we need to review it again before we send it on to council? Or?
Well, you are entitled to have the ability to review what's being proposed. So if they have some changes, it would be a good idea to enlighten you as to what those requested changes might be, so you can tell council whether or not you would support that.
So your recommendation then is they would revisit this with us?
Yes.
In a meeting like this? Maybe not a public hearing, but in a meeting in...
Yes, I think if they have changes to the conditions proposed by staff, it is appropriate for this commission to be told what those requested changes would be, so that you can weigh in on them.
Could I ask you a question for procedure? So, and let me make sure I'm getting this right. You want us to look at this and make a recommendation, and then you want to change things between us and them?
If we jumped in before I had an opportunity to finish that thought. Okay. And so if I could continue with these comments and hopefully clarify and address. Okay. We take no exception to the protective plan, and we think it's appropriate and it is the right thing to do. The specific property conditions and the contextual relationship, there's an adjacent party wall, whereas at 612 West Main, we had a 10-foot alley easement and an adjacent building that was not common property. We'd like to enhance this language and make it more specific to the property conditions that better address the protective plan and codify that. So there's no objections to it. We're not seeking to remove that. We'd like to make some refinements to it to make it more applicable to the specific conditions. This was added as staff in hearing what, and I see why they, hey, we just took time to vet this and apply it at 612, but I think it needs some minor wordsmithing.
Yeah, let's get an opinion.
If you're asking me, Mr. Chair, I'm still of the opinion that even if it's promised that changes will be an enhancement, it's the job of this commission to review the application and the conditions so you can make your recommendations to council. And so you should be able to make your own assessment of whether the revised conditions will be better or more tailored to this site than the conditions that were previously developed. And it should be fairly simple to tell you what those enhancements are in a more specific way.
If that being the case, we take no exception to what was here, and we take it as it exists.
Could I ask another question? Because we've had this problem in the past with another application. Right. So the question is, if you make changes between now and then, will you have another public hearing so that the public has an opportunity to weigh in on that? And I'm asking council.
Not necessarily. Oh, you're asking, CIL, not
East
SEL.
Jefferson is a perfect example of a situation where changes were made and the public doesn't feel like they had an opportunity to weigh in. That's what we're here for. So I would just suggest, Mr. Lopez, if you're not ready, then we defer this and we can move on. And
I'm ready, and I'm not. I don't take exception to the second public hearing. So the second issue on the parking waiver, which was suggested as a waiver, the net density increase is 110, and that's what we would have to satisfy in parking. That's a matrix of both BAR review and what the floor plates and what, as we craft and sculpt the building, to what gets approved and what density could be included and incorporated within that, a mix between 1 and 2 and 3 bedroom units, which would yield the parking ratio. So it's unclear as to what that ratio is without having gone through and finalized that process. That's one of the challenges in understanding that, and I appreciate the desire to know that, but without having completed the BAR process and knowing how sculpted the building has to be and how much volume is removed from that, what that ratio is. So the intent at this stage is to satisfy our parking per the ordinance, utilizing both the on-site floor plate, and then we will inevitably have to take advantage of off-site parking. What those specific numbers are is not clear. It will become more clear as we work through with the BAR and then have that on the final site plan. Lastly, to address the historical context, which was raised at the work session, we, through Bushman Dreyfus and myself, had involvement in Jefferson School, and through that process and the historical context of that neighborhood, have reached out to the African American Heritage Center and requested their partnership and input in the historical context of the city, Vinegar Hill, and understanding what might be an appropriate way to address the historical context of the nature of the neighborhood in what would be a redevelopment project. And so that process is not concluded, and we don't know what form it will take, but we have reached out and made effort towards that, and we'll continue that. And as I think it was alluded to by Brian, that's something that the BAR would carry forward in their purview of future reviews of the building. So it is something that I don't have a final plan in which to present to you, but will evolve, I believe, over a period of time. And then to speak to the Sun study, Jeff Dreyfus is here. I'd just like an opportunity for him to address that additional Sun study that we sent to you and answer any questions specifically that you have about that. And I'm also here to answer any further questions.
Good evening. Jeff Dreyfus, Bushman Dreyfus Architects. At our work session, you all asked the question, we did include sun studies as part of the initial application. Those were overhead, so you could see how far the shadow would be cast by right or with the SUP. Into the email that LJ sent today, you can see we did the study at ground level, looking up West Market Street. And you can see it's actually very interesting. The only noticeable difference between the by right height and the SUP height when the shadow is cast is the shortest day of the year. There is if you look closely at the drawings, there's a bit of shadow cast at 4 in the afternoon on one of the McGuffey condo buildings, the one closest to the street and closest to McGuffey building, and that's only at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no difference throughout the rest of the day, and you've got to look pretty closely to find that. So I'm happy to discuss any other questions that you have, but we wanted to address that up front.
Okay. So, questions? Rory, you look like you want to jump in there, so just get in the game, man.
So I did ask you guys one more question at the work session, in addition to the sun study where you could see what's going on. I asked, based on those, I guess, reductions in massing or volume, as you were saying, is the BAR is requiring and we may be requiring. I asked you how much housing is actually being lost to that compared to, whether the volume you're allowed or your ideal plan or what you would have done. Do you have an answer to that question?
It was one that we discussed internally. It was one that we couldn't be conclusive on because there are variables to what's the unit mix. And so are they 1, 2, or 3 bedroom units? And then what is the will of the BAR and how sculpted does that building have to be? How much volume restriction there is the desire to have permeability from the street to get and connectivity from West Market to the mall or to Old Preston. And so those are unknown variables that are hard to quantify at this stage. And so we'd be giving very broad ranges of that to which we were uncomfortable committing ourselves to or sharing.
Okay, but would it be valid to say that you're reducing it by a lot? Like you might be changing it from 134 3 or 4 bedrooms that could fit families into 1 and 2s, or?
Again.
Significant amount, totally inconclusive.
I would say I'd rather leave it at inconclusive.
Okay.
Would it be valid to say that how are we supposed to make a concise decision when we don't have concise information?
Correct.
Well, I guess it's the BAR's decision, but
yeah, that's. I mean,
I hope that you guys will explain to them.
Sorry, not
Sorry.
to cut you off, but I
My
just
bad.
wanted to know, as a planning commissioner, how am I, and I think I've said this in our work session, how am I supposed to make a clear and sound decision when I don't have clear and sound information before me? And I'm sorry, I did have some other questions, but my computer died.
I'm happy to answer those as well. The request is for the additional height, the request is for the additional density. That density yield within the building is dependent on unit mix, size of the units. It's also dependent on how sculpted that building is, both of which are variables that have not been defined, specifically the BAR, from how sculpted that building will be and what the yield is. So that's a function of the process, and we have gone through that process at 600. We will go through that process at 612, and we will go through that process, with 218. The request is to understand what the yield is and what we're working with from a use standpoint prior to going through that process, and know that in order to make value judgments from a building and BAR standpoint as we work through the architectural piece of that.
I had one more question about that pathway through. Do you know what that's going to look like at this point? Whether it's going to be like the Omni or just a lobby, but you can walk to the other end? If it's like York Place, where it's a passageway to the other side, or an alley, or?
It was unclear. There were various at the BAR hearing, and Jeff may be more appropriate to speak to this, but it was thought of as the current parking lot and its configuration is that kind of access and informal. There's not necessarily a sidewalk that connects unless you're walking under the promenade, covered access of the building. For it to perhaps hug that common property line and just be building setback, or if it's internal and it ends up being, open air, maybe that's the right solution. It's not clear at this point.
Okay. And if it is enclosed, or I guess regardless, do we have any way to know that it's going to be publicly accessible and transitable? Like, is there going to be an easement on it? Because the BAR can't really ask for one, right? Is it at the Omni's discretion of whether you're allowed to walk through the lobby? Because certainly York Place locks it.
Yes, it's a private property. They could kick you out if they didn't like, I guess, I don't know, whatever. It's private.
Yeah.
Right, it's not public space.
But we could, or maybe we can, I don't know, ask for an easement as a condition?
You could, but then they'll come back at the end, like the whole place at Water Street, and then they'll say, oh yeah, we thought we could do this, and then we couldn't, so it's not public. It's a long story, we'll talk about it later.
For my time.
What do you know about this project? Because I've heard lack of clarity, it's unclear, this process is not concluded, we don't know what form it'll take, I don't have a plan to present. I mean, what am I supposed, I'm with Ms. Dowell, what am I supposed, special use permit says it's better than what the by right zoning is. I don't know because I don't have any information from you. Everything is unclear, I don't know. So how are we supposed to make that decision?
The request is height and density.
Right?
And within a by right.
And how's that going to benefit the city?
Within the application, the additional units from a housing standpoint, the housing study indicates units at all affordable levels. And within the SUP, the affordability, there are 3 options for the affordable, to address the affordable per the zoning ordinance for an SUP request for residential density.
But we don't know how many that'll be.
Don't know how many.
We don't know. I mean, you said that's unclear. We don't know how many really you're going to have. We don't know if it's 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. We don't know.
We know that the max unit density is 134. And we know that there is a formula to satisfy on-site, off-site, or payment into a fund. And those are required to be identified at the site plan level along with parking. And those are the rules that exist before in the zoning ordinance today. And
Mr. Alejandro, how close are we to having some kind of resolution from the BAR?
Oh, we have to see a design.
Oh.
We haven't seen a design. And because, we haven't set the parameters of the project. So until the parameters are set and the architects start to design, we can't expect all the architecture and the engineering to be done and come with a full design and to get our approval for how many units.
I understand that. I'm not expecting that, but I'm expecting something. I mean, right now we've just had a conversation about changing things between here and the council.
Specific to a protective plan for.
Right. I understand, but it's still a change that our public has an opportunity to speak to here. Not a council. This is the public's only opportunity to speak.
Understood. Did you have additional questions?
You had some questions, but they vanished on you. You don't remember?
Not really. That was the biggest one. I was there at the work session, and I think I expressed most of my concerns there. I just wanted to reiterate it.
Understood. Thank you.
So, to reiterate what came to the BAR and what we discussed at the work session, the request for the maximum number allowable with an SUP for this site is being requested and has been at least deemed by the BAR to not be an adverse impact on the site because we're not expecting the maximum number of units that can be built on this site with the SUP to be there. We're allowing the maximum so that they can then be reduced to provide the kind of architecture, sculptured building, broken up masses that are compatible with this historic district. And that's as far as it's gone. But we are, I agreed on the BAR to allow this, the maximum number, with the understanding that we ain't going to see the maximum number when it comes to us for approval of the design.
And what ability does the BAR have to enforce that? If we approve up to 134 units, does the BAR have the ability to call that back by altering the design?
Well, BAR doesn't care how many units are in it.
But you care about the design.
It's purely guidelines affecting the aesthetics, the design, and the compatibility of the building within the neighborhood.
So I'm pretty much comfortable with the application, because I think a lot of the objections that we've heard from the community can be addressed through the aesthetic review that the BR is going to do. So I'm pretty much comfortable giving these guys the nod to proceed with the height and with the density.
Should we have a public hearing first?
And with, yeah, you're right.
Let's try that.
That's why we have a chairman emeritus amongst us.
Oops.
Thank you.
One more question for you, if I can. Why so much parking? Why are you not asking for a waiver downtown?
And that was one point that I didn't address. You raised the parking waiver question. If we, at this stage, we think there's the practical reality of parking, and within the city's downtown use and the additional development of adjacent projects in the district of downtown, that there's a practical parking, understood that there's the zoning ordinance and what's required. If we were to take advantage of the parking waiver, we do so as a future amendment.
Okay. And these are rental apartments?
The intent is rental apartments.
So your worry is that you won't be able to rent them out?
Parking spaces?
Well, you rent out the housing without having parking. But if you don't put in parking, you won't be able to rent out your units.
Yeah, that there's a practical reality to having parking with a unit.
Could you rent them out cheaper without a parking space?
There's certainly that reduces costs and adds a floor plate, as I know, one of the items that you've suggested in the past, in your comment earlier about building volume and floor plate and what's the density yield loss, that certainly would open up more availability to not have it.
Yeah, I mean, as a downtown resident, I can definitely confirm that there are many of us who rent apartments without parking.
Understood.
And thank you, Ms. Green, for reeling me in.
Anytime.
I often get out ahead of myself just because I want to get through it, but you're right. So let's open it up for public comment. Nancy. Nancy? Oh, there's Nancy. What is your last name, Nancy?
Union.
Oh, Union. Oh.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a homeowner at McGuffey, and I'm speaking on behalf of the McGuffey community. We previously submitted a letter to you, which I'm sure you've all reviewed, and I have some written comments, but I think I'm going to kind of wing it because I want to address some of the comments that have been made here tonight that I have heard. The first is that the height of this building is not going to have a negative impact on the downtown area and the north downtown area and the mall. I think that 101 feet is 2 stories higher than the Omni. That is a very tall building. The scope is completely out of keeping for what is there right now. I know we need development, I know we need housing, but it needs to be in scale. And 134 units with increased traffic is also going to be a detriment to that area. I walk frequently along that area, and the 2nd Street, Market Street corner is very busy. There are always people waiting to cross that street. There are people with strollers. There are people with little kids. There are people with dogs. There are elderly people. And you're going to have much more traffic, and it's going to be a safety issue. So you need to be mindful of that. Finally, or in addition, I want to say that I looked at the current comprehensive plan that the city has, and I pulled out some points that I think go towards leaning against this. And when I read the historic preservation and urban design vision, it talked about the aesthetic value of the entire community. It talks about human-scaled, sustainable, healthy, equitable, and beautiful. So 101 feet on that corner does not seem to be in scale with the necessities of to enhance the beauty and workingness of that area. In looking at Urban Design 1.2, it talks about recognizing, respecting, enhancing the distinct characteristics of each neighborhood. So I don't know if 101 feet and 134 apartment units do that. Urban Design 1.3 talks about encouraging vitality, pedestrian movement, and visual interest. I'm not sure that a huge 101-foot building does that. Urban Design 1.4 talks about pedestrian-friendly to promote a healthy environment. I'm almost done. And I would hope that we would come up with development plans that would enhance our pedestrian community. We've talked about that a lot tonight. Development is good, but our streets are small and parking is very limited. Balancing the increase in development with the ability to encourage accessibility and enjoyment of our delightful city as we move forward is a challenge that we all have, and this committee in particular. So I pray that you think about the overall plan that you already have in place and tell me where 134 units and 101 feet is so much in keeping with your current plan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Please.
My name is Linda Abbey, and I live at McGuffey as well. I think that a building of 101 feet would have an adverse effect on the neighborhood as well as McGuffey. It would be as tall as McGuffey itself, at the very top of the roof of McGuffey itself. And that in the neighborhood would just, I think, have an adverse effect. Parking would be an incredible problem. It's already a problem already. And the traffic at the intersection and on Market Street, both the intersection of McIntyre and Market Street and 2nd Street and Market Street would be, the traffic would be incredible. It'd be difficult to navigate it all. I think that the development and approval of the comprehensive plan needs to be finished before this project is approved.
Mark Cabot. Just a couple of points I'll make before I go into my prepared remarks was there is zone parking in that in this area on the residential area between High Street, north of High Street. But there is no zone parking between High and Market. And there are businesses in that area that rely on the parking there as well as a few residentials. Mayor Walker, I think you made some very good points, by the way. The other month, North Downtown Residents Association had a board meeting, and at that meeting, we discussed this matter, and we took a vote, and I was asked to write a letter to the Planning Commission concerning our concerns. I discovered 2 days ago that the letter was probably not in your package, and I did speak to Brian about it, and he indicated to me that he would see to it that that letter, or email, I should say, was in your package, but I'll go over the points that were in that email. Parking was a concern of ours. We're concerned that the parking that this complex might require may go into the residential neighborhood and the impact that that can have. Accessibility for pedestrians to be able to access the mall. Currently that area, that parking lot especially, basically is used quite a bit by people from North Downtown as well as people coming from the intersection of McIntyre and Preston are walking around that want to go to the mall. So those are the two concerns that I was authorized to discuss and want to bring to your attention. Personally, I have a couple of things I want to remark on. which unfortunately we have not been, as a board, been able to discuss. So this is my personal concerns, is the height of the complex. I felt the 101 feet is way too high. It needs to be based on by right. Also have a concern, is this going to create a wind tunnel with that part of the mall, with the other project that's going across the way? I believe it is with a 9-story that that it will cause shadows in some of the neighboring buildings, and they may not be able to see daylight at time. Also want to make a comment about the owners of the McGuffey condos. They bought their places years ago sometimes, and they should have known that there was a by right of 6 stories. Some do, some don't. But they did not ever think that there would be a 9-story building that would be built there that would block their view that they bought into, or would cast a shadow on top of their building and make it so that they're looking at a wall. So the building of a 9-story building will basically probably have an impact on their property values. So I want to bring that up. I think there's still a lot of questions that still need to be answered, and we should, have those questions answered before moving forward. Thank you. Thanks. One other thing. Everybody that's here about concern with the SUP that really don't want to see it 9-story, please stand up. Thank you.
And thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Please.
Hi, my name is Eric Stumpf. I'm a McGuffey resident with my fiance Courtney. Thank you for having me here. I'm just going to read this statement here. My fiance and I are McGuffey residents, and I echo the sentiments of the other residents. We live in the bottom southwesternmost unit, so would probably be one of the most heavily impacted from a sunlight and view standpoint. As a UVA employee, I've spent the past 4 years commuting from McGuffey to UVA and back. Under a normal 9-to-5 workday schedule, my commute has seen ever worsening traffic patterns, and the West Market Street, Preston and McIntyre Road section is regularly backed up past the old Preston Avenue pull-in. Considering this, I wonder how added vehicles trying to pull in and out of Old Preston would affect the traffic patterns of this area. I believe that tonight we have seen many people concerned about building heights and population density, and I think that is in part due to the overwhelming and unsustainable traffic conditions in this city. While I agree that stopping development altogether is not the answer, I believe that adding vehicles to the downtown area is certainly not going to help, and instead more energy should go focused on optimizing public transportation in the city. Speaking from experience commuting in this city, I can see how one addition of traffic on a side road can really create a butterfly effect and disrupt traffic patterns. This has happened all over the Preston and Main Street areas, to the point that a walking commute from downtown to UVA is regularly faster and more reliable than bicycles, trolleys, or personal vehicles, which I've tried all of those things. Also, more than simply shadows cast on the apartments, I'm concerned about looking out and seeing not the Charlottesville view that I'm used to seeing, but just someone else's apartment right across the street, stone's throw away, and obviously property values as well. So, thank you.
Please.
My name is Barbara Bodie. I'd like to thank you all for your hard work. I'm a recent resident of Charlottesville and McGuffey. I bought the property where I live, 203A 2nd Street Northwest, approximately 4 years ago. I then spent 10 months having it gutted and redone at a particularly high expense, with widening doorways so I could age in place. And one of the attractions was the sunlight coming in my windows. Now, it may not be that the shadow is directly on my unit, although I think it is on my unit at 4 p.m. I think it's also the decrease in light independent of a direct view of the sun. And I think that that's, so you've taken away my sunshine, and you've lessened my property values. And so then you give me serious cause for why I should live in this community. My private foundation is small, but donates heavily to the SPCA and the IRC and other charities. And that money can go to other charities in a community that would be more welcoming.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Please, sir.
Good evening. Thanks for staying so late and for your patience. My name is John Zwerling. I live at 211A, 2nd Street, Northwest. I moved down here from Alexandria, Virginia. I sent you all an email. I don't know if you got it. I only sent it today. So I'll sum up what I was saying. I practiced law both in Alexandria and started to get cases in Charlottesville, and I fell in love with Charlottesville. And they're very similar cities in a lot of ways, except Alexandria is larger. But the downtown portion of Alexandria, the historic section, is charming. It has a low ceiling level, height level, which they have maintained. The buildings are all similarly built in brick and have continuity. There's life on the streets. What I found here in Charlottesville was a very charming city in the downtown area. The mall is fabulous. The area around the courthouses is wonderful. They're all low-rise buildings that you can envision having been there during and before the Revolution. It has a wonderful feel to it. I realize there has to be growth. And I have looked at the growth on West Main Street, especially west of the train station. And to me, it is totally lacking in charm. And if those buildings were on flanked the downtown mall, I never would have moved here, and a lot of people would not come and visit. I think you need to consider what is happening to the downtown mall and this historic area. The Omni is an anchor. It provides a use for the entire community because it allows visitors to stay there and participate in the life of the city. The building on Water Street, I don't know what that's supposed to add to the community, but it doesn't bother me because it's not in the area that I'm concerned with. But now we have two new buildings. One has been built, or they're both being built, if this is approved, at the Omni end of the mall. It's going to change the mall. They're not going to be like Miller's and Hamilton's and Downtown Grill and all the other buildings and restaurants and businesses heading down towards the amphitheater. They're going to be, I'm taking up too much time. Okay, can you give me another minute?
I can give you 5 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to speak? All right. The public hearing is now closed, and we can begin chatting about this.
I have one quick question.
Please.
This is for the applicant again. What is your intention of forming the partnership with hopefully with the Heritage Center? What do you hope to get out of that?
Thanks for letting us address that. The objective is to understand more what the historical context and what would be appropriate from a physical recognition, whether that's display historical marker on the building, whether that's an architectural piece that we address with the BAR from a design standpoint. It's unclear what form that would take, but we hope to establish that partnership to understand and evaluate, one, the historical significance, and two, what shape that would take with the BAR's input and how that would be incorporated into the building.
Could you repeat your last part, please? I couldn't hear both of you.
Sure. So in conclusion, the partnership that we hope to form with the African American Heritage Center is, one, to understand the historical significance of the area, and two, how best to apply it in the physical built form and understand what shape that would take and work with the BAR in incorporating that into the design guidelines of the building.
And so in my comment, and I thought that's what probably your answer would be, and my comment there would just be that there would be nothing more appropriate than people who were displaced having somewhere to live and not just some kind of symbol. And I went back and Googled this, found an article in The Hook from 2009, and what it says here is that what was lost when Charlottesville embarked on what was then dubbed as slum clearance and urban renewal during the mid-60s, the city erased 29 businesses, 154 dwelling units, one church, and built a 4-lane road called Ridge and McIntyre through the predominantly black Vinegar Hill neighborhood. It wasn't until the 1985 construction of what became the Omni Hotel that the 21-acre site was fully developed. So the site that you are proposing, if nothing else comes out of the conversation with the Heritage Center, you know who used to occupy that space. And just, not having a plan beyond placing some kind of signage that would let the public know about that is what we're trying to move away from. And so I think when the questions are being asked is for the increase in units that you're getting, which helps your bottom line in some way. Someone being able to rent 130 units instead of 24 units, that's a significant difference in the revenue that it'll bring to your business. How are you enhancing the community as a result of that? And how are you thinking it in terms of other than just some kind of symbolism? Because we have that in the community, and that's been the way that things have been done in the past. And so how can you participate more fully since you now own land that you should not necessarily own, even though you own it?
Point of clarification, we're the contract purchaser, we don't own it yet.
Well, the owner, I'm just stating, you're able to do what you're asking.
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the owner, Promenade LLC. The questions you've asked are much deeper than I can give a thoughtful response to on the spot, but they are ones that we'll carry forward and have continued dialogue with the African American Heritage Center through the relationship that we formed in assisting in the redevelopment of Jefferson School and the preservation of that historic building. And happy to circle back and provide a deeper, more thoughtful response than I can address right now.
With relation to affordable housing, there are 3 options that are available to developers. What are they? One, you donate to the trust, the fund. What are the others?
You provide on-site or you provide off-site. And
Okay.
those are provisions that are part of our code based on the state legislation that we've been provided.
And you guys don't know yet which one you're going to do, or if you guys are going to write a check, you guys don't know because it'll be based on the algorithm of the housing you provide, right? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Alejandro, I have a question for you, please. My question is that, bless you, if we approve the SUP, or if the SUP were to be approved at the 134 units, how is it, let me say this correctly, is the BAR, or how is the BAR able to scale that back? Because I heard you say that the BAR would not approve those 134 units. So how is that possible?
We would look for a design that has the kind of broken up forms and masses that make it compatible with the historic row buildings. The buildings are in that context. So we'd be looking at the design, and clearly a building as is shown in by right, filling up the entire space that can be built in by right now, or even with the SUP, that kind of block, massive block, is not going to be compatible with that district, with that area. So that's what we'll be looking for. I forget how I put it in our meeting, but I'm concerned about massing, the breakup of the masses of the building. I'll be looking for materiality to know that the materials are compatible with the other materials in that area, and permeability. I'm looking for having at the pedestrian level to be able to go in and out of the building, to have views, to have activity that is happening between the mall and the building, and Market Street in the building, and whatever kind of side passageway might go through the building. So those are the things I'll be in particular looking for.
But it is possible to mitigate those units through the building design?
Yes, possible. I mean, you'd have to reduce the number of units to get the kind of building design that we'll be looking for. Now remember, we're an advisor to the council, just like the planning commission is. So they could still, go to council and bypass our disapproval.
Mr. Alejandro, wouldn't the BAR look at this, whether there's a special use permit or not? Isn't that in a design control district?
Yes, they would, because it's in a control district. The only reason they came to the BAR the first time was, the question was, would it have a adverse impact on or have the increased density, would that have an adverse impact on this district?
Right, but you would still get the same type of materials and
Yeah,
different
we'd be
things.
looking for the same thing.
And recommending the same thing to council without the height?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Ms. Green, I am thrilled that you reminded me that I was getting ahead of myself, because after having listened to some of the input, I did remember that I did have a concern about traffic. Mr. Haluska, what are our engineers, traffic engineers, what do they have to say about the traffic?
As I stated in my comments, the traffic engineer at your work session stated that he is not concerned about the impact on Old Preston Avenue. It's a fairly low
So
traffic
not worried about additional volumes?
Correct.
And not worried about having to turn off of Preston to get into the building?
No, the turning movement. I mean, turning movements are something that are covered under a site plan process. There's auto turn, and there's software that looks at making sure that any vehicle can make that turn and the geometry of it. So I mean, it's geometry as to whether or not they can access it in and out. So that's one of the things they look at, is just, can you actively actually get in to the entrances. So that's something that is covered by a site plan submission. The traffic volumes are something that are noted on a site plan, so there obviously is further study at that point. but just on a preliminary level, which is what we're talking about in terms of like a site plan submission, the traffic engineer didn't indicate any concerns about impact of Old Preston. He said the only point that he was really kind of interested in seeing more information about was the, what potentially might occur at the intersection of Old Preston and West Market there, because that's a kind of an interesting, that intersection's kind of odd in some ways, and there's a lot of, you do have some impact from the parking lots that are there for closer to market that this would kind of come into. So all of those uses in concert might create a situation that the city has to maybe do something in terms of striping or something like that. But you won't know that until you get a site plan submission that kind of takes that into account.
Don't sit down yet. I've got a couple questions for you. Okay. Can you explain what the origin of the 101-foot rule is?
I was told the 101-foot rule, well, this is a story from our former planning manager, Ron Higgins, who retired from the county recently, that when he first started here as a young planner, and like I said, Ron's retired now, the maximum height was actually higher than 101 feet in the city. There was at one point a movement to get a regional bank building, and the maximum height was something like 150 feet. And he, in seeing that, kind of said, whoa, why do we have this maximum height in our zoning ordinance? And so 101 comes from the pediment height of the Jefferson National Bank building, which anyone who's hasn't been in the community 20 years would know as the Wells Fargo building on the downtown mall. So that's the pediment height. As some people have asked, there is at least one building downtown that is taller than 101 feet, the old Monticello Hotel.
Can I ask a question? Sorry,
I have a couple more follow-ups, if you don't mind. Does the Wells Fargo building have any setbacks? Is it sculpted? Are there pieces taken off the top?
No.
Just say it could be described as a rectangle, a box?
Yes, it has a street wall of 101 feet straight up to the pediment, yeah.
Do you know offhand roughly when it was built?
No, I don't know it. I would imagine probably the 30s, I guess.
Did you say it's historic?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And the Monticello Hotel over by Court Square, does that have any setbacks? Nothing sculpted off the top? No. Would you call that historic?
It's in a historic district, yes. It's a contributing structure.
Thank you.
Dan Hope Johnson.
Let me get this straight. You're advocating for a big old square salt box building just now? Oh, come on. Okay. Traffic.
I didn't say that.
Traffic. Are we using the same, because I ask this question every time, so this model that we look into, and you're talking about traffic counts and things like that, you're talking about the traffic counts that are going to be added from this building. Is there any talk about the traffic count that already exists? I mean, is this in addition to, are we looking at this again on Mars? Are we looking at things comprehensively?
The traffic, the policy and the requirements of the site plan, if your impact of traffic reaches a certain threshold, it triggers an additional traffic study requirement that you have to do, which I believe would take into all account the counts on the nearby streets, what your projected increases in the total daily counts, the AM peak hour, the PM peak hour, what are those movements? So all of that comes in at a traffic study. I think it's 500 trips a day. 100 units, you're going to hit 500 trips a day. So you would have to do that traffic study as a part of your site plan review. A smaller project that doesn't hit that threshold will generally look at, can we accommodate it? And it's kind of on the city's end at that point. If you kind of have a, some issue that comes up, it becomes the city's end because our zoning permits that development, and we've kind of accepted we will take care of it.
So 134 units, what would that give us in affordable housing? How many units would that give us? 101 feet?
It depends on the square footage of the building. That's, the calculations are made on
Let's say we go with Mr. Stolzenberg's Salt Box Wells Fargo building, 134 units.
I don't know the formula off the top of my head. I got a spreadsheet that you
Okay,
put it
so,
into.
but we don't know anything. So we've got a maximum that we're trying to have. What prevents this from going to 9 multi-million-dollar condos? One condo on each floor, it's 9 stories. What's the prevention for doing that? Nothing. I'll answer you.
Well,
There's no prevention for that.
Well, if they were going to do 9 stories,
that
no,
today.
they could just do that today.
They can't go 101 feet.
Yeah, but they could do 9. They wouldn't ask for the density. You know, they get 24 units by right.
I get that, but we're giving them a height.
Right.
With this SUP. So because we had that at the place where we've got a new distillery right now, where they wanted to come in and do 9 stories and each one have a $1 million condo on each level. So that's not far-fetched.
I'm not sure what the question is.
So what's preventing from that happening?
I mean, nothing.
Okay. Okay, so the
I mean,
first
minimum
two.
21, right. Yeah. There's a minimum density.
So if they're planning on doing something else, does that mean that us lowly renters who can't pay $1.5 million for an apartment, if we team up and get the same space, but pay less for it each, that it's more profitable for them? Is that why they do that sort of thing?
I don't know. I don't know.
But we don't
We've
have
gone
any
beyond-
guarantees. We've seen a lot of stuff on this dais with promises and that is why I understand we don't want to go through a full engineering and architect review, but we've seen a lot of promises made, and there's too many unknowns. Give me some idea. Just commit. I'm going to give you 20 units. Make a commitment. You don't know what the square footage is going to be? I'm sorry, what ARB is going to do? I mean, BAR is going to do what they're going to do. Give us commitment. Give us 20 units.
I don't think I don't think we can solicit a proffer.
It's not a proffer, it's an SUP. Rezoning is a proffer, so I'm not suggesting a proffer. I'm asking for a
SUP.
commitment.
So maybe this will help. Let me do a little math. This
Okay.
is hypothetical. So in your zoning code, a property owner has to provide, if they provide the units, it has to be at 5% of the floor area that's above 1 FAR. So let's assume for a minute that the salt box fills up the whole lot.
Okay.
So 1 FAR, according to the staff report, would be 24,480 square feet. So you'd have to, if you only used the footprint, I'm not taking
Right.
2 dimensions
Right,
in, but
right.
let's say you had 24,480 square feet times 9 stories. That's a total of 220,000 plus square feet. You subtract out the first 24,480 because you have to go over 1 FAR. So that, again, not taking other dimensions into account, that's 195,840 square feet. 5% of that is 9,792 square feet. So I don't know what the formula says in terms of number of units, but assuming they go over 1 FAR with their residential component, 5% of that square footage over 1 FOR would have to be affordable if they choose the units instead of paying into the fund.
So 9,000 square feet.
About 9,792 square feet as opposed to the 195,840 square feet of the other portion of the residential component.
So 9 units. This is exactly the conversation we had with the application before about giving away the farm for small amount of units. Exactly the conversation. We're not going to get 9 units. The maximum we could get is 9 units.
Do we have an estimate of what the tax revenue from this building is going to be? Going back to the synthetic TIF conversation from earlier and choosing to use that tax revenue for good purposes? Do we know what a comparable building roughly?
9%.
And to be clear, as more floor area is lopped off the top, or the top 4 floors, that's disproportionately taking off from that 9,800 square feet because it's only above that part that's above the 1 FAR, right?
Right, so they would have to have floor area in excess of 24,480 square feet before the affordable dwelling unit ordinance would kick in.
It is, frankly, I think it's unlikely that we're going to get any units out of this, any affordable units. I think they're going to contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund. But again, I'm just reading the owner's mind, but I don't see where we're going to get the units, unfortunately. We have beaten this thing for quite a bit. I think we ought to be thinking about a motion.
Oh, I've got a lot more to say.
I mean, if it helps inform whether we approve this or not, then great. But if it's just philosophical, then
Look, we've got a choice between having 130 households, 130 families, 130 individuals and their roommates, whatever, live in this downtown area, which is the one place in the city where it's easy to live without a car, where you can walk to work or take a trolley or only 15-minute frequency transit line. And, you know, frankly, I think every person who gave a color comment tonight should be ashamed because you have the privilege of living in this great place and you see these potential neighbors coming in and you say, hell no, keep them out. I think, you know, when we're talking on the stage of like, oh no, the BAR is gonna lop off a whole bunch of the top of this building and we're gonna get less for it. Yeah, we're all getting less. We're getting less apartments and we're especially getting less affordable housing and we're getting less tax revenue that we can put into the Affordable Housing Fund, all because the BAR has aesthetic concerns that they need to address. And to make this project worse, to make it 24 units or whatever they can do by right, that's much worse. It's gonna have enormous apartments. It's gonna be just like Waterhouse. I think it's a huge mistake to make that kind of choice, to choose this bad option. And that's the choice we see tonight.
It's going to be that whether we give them 101 or not. Yeah, it is.
You don't see a difference between 130 rentals at, I don't know, 1,000 square feet each and $2 million apartments that are 5,000 square feet each with thousands of feet of
We're
floor
not
area.
talking about $1,200 for rent here. Don't kid yourself.
I'm not kidding myself, but there's still a difference between small apartments, even if they're way too expensive because they're new build, and multi-million dollar
if we had
condos that are
confirmation
mansions,
that we
9
had
stories up.
small apartments, I'd be all about this. We have nothing.
this is, again, a wonderful philosophical conversation, but we are not landing this. We need to give council a recommendation. And to give council a recommendation, we need to have a motion. And if we need to discuss further after that, then we can do that.
I have a motion.
Thank you.
I move to recommend approval of a special use permit allowing the specific development proposed within the application materials for SP 19-0006. No, I may have missed my zeros. 00006, subject to the following reasonable conditions and safeguards, which are listed in the staff report.
Second.
Okay. Moved and properly second. Ms. Creasy, will you poll the commission?
Mr. Lahindra?
Aye.
Mr. Soli Yates?
Aye.
Ms. Dow?
You get paid the big bucks to make a decision. That was a very quiet aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Ms. Green?
No.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. We will recommend moving forward with the SUP to council. We have one more application on our docket.
Can I make one suggestion? Can we please give the public at least the decency of a new public hearing if they change this application between now and council? At least give the public that.
I think council suggested that we have to. If they make those modifications, that's the right thing to do. So I would agree with you. Okay, the next application, SP 1900007. This is at 167 Chancellor Street. The landowner, the Alpha Omicron chapter of Chi Psi, is asking for a special use permit. And what they'd like to do is build a frat house or have that land be used as a frat house that occupies up to 16 residents. Mr. Winter is leading this application.
Okay. Good evening. Joey Winter, City Planner with MDS. As Mr. Mitchell said, this item is a special use permit request for a fraternity with up to 16 residents at 167 Chancellor Street. The Chi Psi fraternity is proposing to expand and renovate their existing chapter house at this location. In addition, modifications to yard regulations are also being requested. The subject property is zoned R3H.
Just one quick question.
Sure.
Is the material in this packet that we're passing down any different than what was in the
No,
packet?
there's the link in your staff report.
I don't need
is
this.
packet.
It's just paper.
Yes.
Just kill trees.
Subject property is zoned R3H and lies in the corner Architectural Design Control District. In 1985, City Council granted a special use permit for a sorority complex with up to 33 residents at 167 Chancellor Street and 165 Chancellor Street. So that would be this property and the adjacent property to the south. That 1985 SUP also granted setback relief along Madison Lane. And at the time of that SUP, both properties shared a single owner and a single use. That's no longer the case. The sorority use at 165 Chancellor Street has been abandoned. 165 Chancellor Street is currently owned by Wads Holding, LLC, and used as a multifamily residence. 167 Chancellor Street, which is the property we're focusing on tonight, is owned by Chi Psi fraternity and used as a fraternity house. I'm giving you this information because that 1985 special use permit will come up in the conditions for this, but really what we're focusing on tonight is 167 Chancellor Street. So tonight's SUP request for 167 Chancellor Street seeks authorization for a fraternity house with up to 16 residents and modified yard regulations. Regarding the fraternity use and maximum number of residents, detailed analysis is in my staff report, but a fraternity use in this location conforms to the comprehensive plan and future land use plan and the zoning ordinance. A maximum of 16 fraternity residents is appropriate if certain conditions are placed on the special use permit. The site lies in the corner parking zone, so no off-street vehicle parking is required. Additional bicycle storage facilities should be required. Proposed sidewalk improvements that are shown on the preliminary site plan associated with this SUP should be required. Repairs to an elevated sidewalk along Chancellor Street should be required. And additional improvements to increase ADA accessibility at the site should also be required. Regarding the modification of yard regulations, City Code Section 34-162 allows City Council to modify yard regulations as an SUP condition. Modifications to yard regulations are being requested by the applicant to allow architecture more in keeping with the neighborhood and due to the unique geography of the lot. The subject property lies in an architectural design control district, so the Board of Architectural Review made a recommendation on this SUP. BAR recommends that granting this SUP will not have an adverse impact on the corner ADC district, and BAR also had no concerns about the modified yard regulations. If Planning Commission recommends approval of the SUP, 9 conditions are proposed by staff, and they are in your packet. Condition 1 would set the maximum number of residents at 16. Condition 2 is a tricky one, and the first thing it would do is make clear that the sorority use at 165 Chancellor Street has been abandoned, and it would also allow the setback along Madison Lane to remain as modified by the 1985 SUP. This needs to be done so the structure at 165 Chancellor Street does not become non-conforming. Condition 3 would modify the yard regulations as requested by the applicant and recommended by BAR. Condition 4 would clarify that only specific provisions of the zoning code are being modified. Condition 5 would require that bicycle storage facilities be provided at a rate of 1 per resident, and the language of this proposed condition has been changed slightly. The stipulation that all bicycle storage facilities be bike lockers or sheltered secure enclosures has been removed at the request of Commissioner Stolzenberg. Condition 6 would require extension of the sidewalk along Madison Lane. Condition 7 would require installation of a curb ramp at the end of the sidewalk on Madison Lane. Condition 8 would require the repair of the elevated sidewalk along Chancellor Street. Condition 9 would require an accessible route from the public sidewalk to 167 Chancellor Street. And this is also slightly modified from your packet. A reference to the primary entrance of 167 Chancellor Street was removed at the request of the city's ADA coordinator. And please also note that this new special use permit would amend and supersede the 1985 special use permit. So some questions for you guys to consider tonight is, what is the impact of allowing a fraternity with 16 residents at 167 Chancellor Street? What's the impact of granting these modified yard regulations? And are there any measures the applicant can take to mitigate adverse impacts on the neighborhood? More specifically, are there any measures that can be taken to improve pedestrian traffic, site accessibility, and or bicycle storage? So in conclusion, standards for issuance of a special use permit are found in City Code Section 34-157 and are included with your packet. City Code Section 34-162, which allows the modification of yard regulations as a condition of a special use permit, is also included in your packet. Mr. Kevin Schaefer is here tonight on behalf of the applicant, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
So, any questions for Mr. Chair?
Could you go into depth about what Mr. Stolzenberg asked you to remove so we all understand as a commission?
Okay, so the original staff language that can be found in your packet specified that the bicycle storage facilities all be secured enclosures that are, I believe the phrase was secured and covered.
Right.
That is automatically a requirement for what is required by code, which is section 34-881.
Right.
The rest of those bike storage facilities would not, under the original condition as it was worded, would not be permitted to be bike racks. That's specifically out or banned by the code. If this condition is modified, whatever is required by code still has to be secured bike storage facilities, but anything additional that is required by this SUP or provided otherwise would not have to be secured. It could still be bike racks.
But there a requirement still to add more bike racks?
The requirement of the code is 1 per 500 square feet of bedroom space. This SUP would impose additional requirements. What those additional requirements are, whether they're covered or bike racks, would not be specified with the modified condition.
Joey, why don't you read the suggested language that was developed in the pre-meeting, if you have it.
I do. So the suggested language, and this was for condition 5, would be bicycle storage facilities shall be provided at a rate of 1 bicycle storage facility per resident, and all such facilities shall be a type permitted by the zoning ordinance.
Ms. Dow, you were jumping in with a question. You got it answered?
No. I was just wondering, why would we have a requirement of some of them to be secured bicycle storage facilities and then others not?
So the requirement that they be secured facilities is in the code and we cannot change that. The additional one, staff has proposed that additional bike parking be required due to the lack of vehicle parking at this site and the heavy amount of pedestrian traffic. That additional amount of bicycle parking, the code does not specify what type it has to be.
Right, so that's why I'm asking, if we are gonna have bike rack facilities here and they have to be secured, why would we not be consistent regardless of whether it was required by code or not? Because clearly it's required for a reason.
My thought was, so the required ones are for the residents of the house. The additional ones, if every single resident of the house doesn't have a bike to park there, can be used by the public.
How can we require some the private landowner to provide public bike racks?
We cannot.
They'll
Right.
just be sitting there, yeah.
But people,
No.
it's trespassing. If you park your bike on private property in a bike rack, it's trespassing.
Well, it could be for visitors to
Okay.
the site.
Believe it or not, we spent half of our
Yes,
pre-meeting.
you missed a lengthy discussion on it.
I'm
Get-
sorry
get-
I missed it, so I can reel you guys back in again. You can't require public parking. It's trespassing. Okay, well, I'm sorry I missed that. Clearly.
So I'd like to be clear what was approved at the BAR meeting. I believe this came to the BAR their last meeting, which I wasn't able to attend.
It would have came in October, I believe, October 15th.
Yeah, October 15th. Yeah, I wasn't there. So what was approved? I mean, I'm reading general design and building footprint will not have an adverse impact, with the understanding that the final design and details will require future BAR approval, review and approval. So by general, the blocking of what's being proposed, I just skipped to that. Or the Dort columns on the new portico and what?
BAR, what was turned in as part of this SUP request went forward to BAR and was evaluated. And BAR made a recommendation on these materials as required by code. So,
Okay.
Let me, I'm going to rearrange things just a little bit because we don't want to lose city council. It's getting a little late. And what I'd like to do is open up to public hearing for now, and then we'll re-engage you and the applicant after we have a public hearing. So, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak about this application from the public?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Tom Sousa. I'm a resident at 167 Chancellor Street, and I'm also the house manager for the fraternity. I'm a fourth year, double majoring in foreign affairs and economics. And with me today, I've also brought Ryan Hart, who is the president of Chi Psi fraternity and majoring in the McIntyre School of Commerce and Finance. I've been asked to come here tonight to speak to you about the reputation of Chi Psi within the university and the greater Charlottesville community as scholars and philanthropists. Most recently, in the spring of 2019, our chapter of Chi Psi boasted a GPA of 3.56, which was the highest among all fraternities at UVA. Additionally, this semester, we continued our partnership with the Gordy Bailey Center, an on-grounds nonprofit dedicated to proper alcohol education and named in honor of fellow Chi Psi Gordy Bailey, who died of alcohol poisoning at the University of Boulder, Colorado. We raised $37,000 this fall and have donated up to $18,000 over the past 2 years. It impacted about 250 people at each of the past 3 events. Our philanthropic efforts are not limited to once a semester. Over 50% of active brothers volunteer outside of Chi Psi each semester. Over the 2019 spring semester, the Brotherhood accumulated more than 400 hours of community service through programs such as the Abermel Housing Improvement Project Catch, an after-school activities program, Bridging the Gap mentors, ROTC, and Student and Class Council. The Brotherhood has also hosted events for Charlottesville first responders. We invited police officers to join us for raising canes at an event called Canes and Cops. We have also impacted the fire department and spent a morning volunteering our time to wash their fire trucks and to clean their station. Since my first semester at Chi-Sci, this fraternity has been dedicated to growing its impact on the community through participation and has done so through growth in membership and reputation. I would like to thank you all for your time this evening and hope that I was able to provide you with more information about Chi-Sci at UVA.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak? Going once, going twice. The public hearing is closed. Thank you guys very much.
Mr. Chair, if I may just say, this is my last public hearing with you all. It's been a lovely 8 years. I appreciate your work. I do want to just say that I'm sorry I couldn't have gotten the zoning rewritten in that 8 years. I've tried every year. It's up to you. Please do it.
And thank you very much, Ms. Galvin.
Thank you, Councilor Galvin. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Councilor Galvin.
So the staff was up. Any more questions for Mr. Winter?
Can we put 101 feet here, big salt box, right on the railroad tracks?
Do it.
All right. Is there anything the applicant would like to present?
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. I realize it's late. I realize we're the last item on the agenda.
Hell, this is early for us.
Well, I'm going to try to move. I'm going to try to make my whatever comments I have very, very brief, and I'll hand it over to Kevin in just a few minutes. My name is Kevin Eller. I am the president of the Chi-Sci Alumni Corporation. We own the property, and we're the driving force behind this project. I graduated from UVA in 1984. I have a daughter who goes here, and I grew up outside of Waynesboro, just right across the mountain. And while I'm not a current resident of Charlottesville, I certainly I have ties that run very deep here. Charlottesville was the place where I went from adolescence to adulthood, and it has a very special place in my heart. When we bought this property in 2015, we knew that we were going to need some improvement to it. You know, it needed renovating. It just needed an uplift. But at the same time, we thought, well, what can we do with this property to make it a top-notch place, to make it better while preserving the historical presence in the neighborhood. So we you know, what's the art of the possible? So we partnered with Design Develop. And they've helped us think through those things, and they've also helped us navigate through you know, the City Planning Commission and the Architectural Review Board. So they're our right-hand man in this. And without if you don't have any questions, I'd like to hand it over to Kevin. He can provide you with all the details. Very good. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Schaefer. I'm a project manager with Design Develop, representing the applicant Chi-Sci tonight. In addition to Mr. Eller, I have in attendance Alan Franklin, who's a civil engineer for our site plan, and I have Bob Pinio, who's the principal of Design Develop. I'd like to start simply by acknowledging the city staff who have been working on this project, including Mr. Winter, who's been just absolutely instrumental in helping us through this process, as well as Beck Grimm, who's our ADA consultant, and the city legal staff who have navigated and diligently and thoroughly worked with us to help understand this process. I'd like to take a moment to explain the entitlement process to date for Chi-Sci and also to touch on what lies ahead. So in looking backwards a bit, on October 31st, 2017, we presented a very preliminary submission to BAR, which attempted to accommodate this desired expansion through minimal footprint disturbance and a vertical expansion. In this BAR's review, this submission, per their review and in their mind, this submission changed the scale of the historic Chancellor Street facade, and our attempts to retain the historic characteristics of the front porch and the three-sided asymmetrical bump out were overshadowed by vertical dormers and a stair tower addition. The BAR mandated in this October 31st meeting that the historic characteristics of 167 Chancellor Street must remain, and frankly, we'd agreed. These historic characteristics, as defined by the City of Charlottesville, include the asymmetrical three-sided bump out, the front porch, the historic dormers, and the low-hipped roof. Coincidentally, all of those which occur on the Chancellor Street facade side. So it's important to note that the BAR provided specific direction at this preliminary meeting that encouraged us to expand into our setbacks, targeting area of land towards Madison Lane and towards the intersection of Chancellor Street and Madison Lane. So at this direction of BAR, the revised design shifted into those areas in an attempt for the addition to more legibly separate itself from the defining characteristics of this historic structure, while complementing the massing, fenestration, and material palette already established. On March 27, 2008, we then resubmitted to BAR for massing and concept approval, and the revised design garnered a 6-0 unanimous approval for massing and concept during an April 26, 2018 BAR meeting. This unanimous approved concept is what is presented in the special use permit application today. Since that time, and as the project began to become more rooted in reality, the Kaisai Corporation took 18 months off to pursue more fundraising. With that time to fundraise complete, we initiated the entitlement process again, which prompted an October 15, 2019 BAR hearing. At that hearing, it was again determined by BAR that the approach we were taking was a sound one, and the proposed special use permit for 167 Chancellor Street would not have an adverse impact on the corner ADC district. The board reiterated its support of the project by approving the motion unanimously with a 6-0 vote. If we are able to secure a special use permit as requested in this application, BAR will have a third and final review, which will encompass all final material selections and exterior details. To further complicate the entitlement process, and as Mr. Winter noted, this parcel is under the purview of an existing special use permit from 1987 that is linked to the adjacent parcel at 165 Chancellor Street. This existing special use permit already allows for fraternity or sorority use, a density of up to 33 beds over the two houses, and existing setback variances. So while our application is technically for a new special use permit, another way to vocalize our request is that we are amending the existing SUP and separating it into two parcels. Not to muddy the language, but to reiterate, we are not requesting to change the use, and in essence, we are not requesting to increase the density. We are remaining at 16 beds. We are requesting additional setback variances to accommodate this new addition, which at the direction of BAR has been separated from the historic structure and positioned towards Madison Lane and the intersection of the two streets. It is important to note that the existing structure already steps outside of the allowable setbacks, so this additional variance is not without precedent. I'd like to talk now on the specific factors to be considered when issuing a special use permit. We believe the proposal in front of you positively affects the neighborhood by meeting all the requirements for the standards of issuance, even given our request for additional setback variances. First and foremost, the use is in keeping with adjacent uses, neighbored on both sides of Madison Lane and Chancellor Street by fraternities and sororities. Given the challenging corner lot condition, the house has the opportunity to address both street fronts, creating a project that will be harmonious with existing patterns of development within the neighborhood. Because of this opportunity, the project celebrates and preserves the defining historic Chancellor Street facade elements, which are more in keeping with the existing patterns of development found in adjacent structures along Chancellor Street. Simultaneously, the proposal responds to and harmonizes with existing patterns of development found in adjacent structures along Madison Lane. Secondly, the proposal conforms to the City of Charlottesville's comprehensive plan, which outlines this site for high-density residential. The proposed use is in harmony with the purpose of the specific zoning district, R3, which encourages more high-density residential development. Thirdly, the proposed addition and renovation will comply with all applicable building codes, while also eliminating existing third-floor bedrooms and improving the egress stair to provide a safer, code-compliant structure. Fourthly and finally, given that the fraternity use is to remain and that there will be, in essence, no increase in density, the proposed project will not result in additional traffic or parking congestion. The proposed project will not result in additional noise, lights, dust, odors, fumes, or vibration. The proposed project will not displace any existing residents or businesses. The proposed project will not discourage any economic development activities. The proposed project will not provide an undue density of population or result in an intensity of use in relation to the community. The proposed project will not reduce the availability of affordable housing. The BAR has determined that the proposed project does not destruct or encroach upon conservation or historic districts or structures, and the proposed project will not have an impact on public school population or public facilities. The proposal in front of you also has data which outlines that even with the new addition, our project will be below that of the precinct square foot average. And our project is shorter than that of many of its adjacent contexts, meaning that the project is within the appropriate massing and scale of the district. Beyond meeting all the requirements for the standards of issuance, and in an effort to continue to improve the conditions at the property, we are happy to fulfill all of the staff conditions, including extending the sidewalk to the intersection of Madison Lane and Chancellor Street. Currently, there is no sidewalk at this location, and pedestrians are forced to walk on the street. Existing overgrown landscape will be removed and replanted with new street trees, improving pedestrian safety and the overall look of the parcel. We are also happy to repair the sidewalk on Chancellor Street side and provide an ADA accessible route from a public right-of-way, as described previously by Mr. Winter. Additionally, and I'm not sure if it's part of the conditions for approval, but part of the intersection of Chancellor and Madison Lane falls within the property of 167 Chancellor, within the property line. So a boundary line adjustment has been proposed to give that back to the city of Charlottesville. I'd like to close with a note from our supporting community member from our October 4th required community meeting, which was held at the existing house. We had one member of the community attend, Stuart Hornsby, who was acting as a representative of the Center for Christian Study. Following the community meeting, Stuart wrote me via email and said, I quote, "I hope your project continues to move forward in a timely and successful manner. All of the visual, functional, and pedestrian-related alterations that we reviewed look like great improvements. If I can support you in any way in the future, please let me know." So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you guys very much for your time. I know it's late.
I noted the height also, and I appreciate you bringing it up. Why not higher?
Higher creates egress challenges, extra floors, multiple means of egress. We're also trying to be respectful of the scale of the historic, the defining historic characteristics that are found on the Chancellor Street side. One of those that is as mandated from the city report, and one that BAR would like us to hold to, is the retention of the low hipped roof that you see on Chancellor Street.
Thank you.
Anything? No. Bill, anything from you?
I mean, I'm glad to see the extended sidewalk down Madison. That's much needed. Did you look at continuing the one along Chancellor Street to kind of meet it, or like, are there specific challenges as to why that didn't come into the site plan?
There's some really extreme grade challenges right there.
Sure.
There's a very steep bank that drops off towards the road that makes it incredibly challenging. Additionally, there's a new, and I think it's a 6-foot wide sidewalk on the other side of Chancellor, which appears much more pedestrian oriented and seems like where the majority of people who are walking down Chancellor towards Beta Bridge are going to be using that sidewalk.
Is that where the stairs down at the end of the sidewalk are?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, it looks like on there, I can't quite tell. It looks like there might be an ADA cut right across from where your new sidewalk will be. Madison.
Directly across Madison Lane, there is a existing curb cut, and one of the conditions for approval was to make sure that our sidewalk aligned with that. Looking at my civil engineer to make sure I do not speak, but that is certainly one of the things we were targeting as well. It's logical on the Madison Lane to continue that pedestrian route and improve that connectivity over to Chancellor Street.
What the hell is a Kaisai anyway? You've been here since 1984. Why haven't I heard of you?
How is that pertinent to the land
That's right.
use? Thank you. And at this point, if there are no other, do you have a question? Lisa, you got a question? Go ahead, come on. You got a question?
I don't have any questions.
You got a comment?
Oh, I got plenty of comments.
Are they pertaining to the land use?
No, let's go.
Okay, so, on the basis that the proposal will service public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice, I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit to authorize a boarding fraternity or sorority house use with up to 16 residents at 167 Chancellor Street within a building of the general size and location depicted within the proposed preliminary site plan dated September 17th, 2019, subject to the following conditions. The 9 conditions presented in the staff report as they were originally presented.
Second.
Oh,
No. We have to speak to the modification that Rory wanted. Tony?
as presented this evening?
As presented
As originally.
No, as presented tonight.
So with the.
With the modification from the
that Rory had
pre-meeting.
put in, Yeah.
But how are we gonna, okay. That's
We had,
fine.
yeah,
We read
so
them out.
there were 2 modifications presented. One was to make the bicycle facilities a little more permissive in terms of the type, and the other was to delete the reference to the, in condition 9, to the requirement for the accessible entrance to be the primary entrance at Chancellor Street, because there may be some issues being
getting
able
there,
to
yeah.
accomplish that. So 9 would change to say an accessible route from the public sidewalk to 167 Chancellor Street shall be required. So they just have to have an accessible route that will get people into that building.
Okay. And then what about the bike racks or whatever?
Condition number 5 will become less prescriptive, and the recommendation is to change 5 to read, bicycle storage facilities shall be provided at a rate of 1 bicycle storage facility per resident, and all such facilities shall be of a type permitted by the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Fine with me.
Second. I'm glad we keep some kind of historical character that we really want to continue in this town.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
And to that point, I want to be clear, I'm voting for what's in front of us, and my vote has nothing to do with an endorsement of the design. Okay?
All right, again, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We will recommend moving forward to council. Congratulations.
It's
Thank you.
sarcasm.
I also would like to make a motion that we adjourn to the second Tuesday in December.
Bastardizing it, but we make
Somebody second that. Hey, loud. I need a second.
You were serious enough.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Ready?